So, a change in format did not lead to a change in fortune. After the ODI series defeat came a 4-wicket reverse in the first T20 for England. Pressure and problems starting to mount for Matthew Mott and Jos Buttler. Welcome to exclusive coverage of the second T20 between West Indies and England, live from Grenada. You're listening to TalkSport 2, or you're watching via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. England needing to hit back, get involved in the coverage throughout the late afternoon and early evening here in the UK, or if you're listening in other parts of the world, sunnier ones no doubt, across the Caribbean on various radio stations in the region. You can get in contact with us at cricket_TS, at TalkSport2 on Twitter, and via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Subscribe and ask us a question. I'm John Norman, and alongside me for the next 4 hours or so, stop clock permitting, is the likes of Jarrod Kimber, former England international Steve Harmison, and Alex Tudor. We will also be heading out to the Caribbean with a commentary team in place there as well. It's been a little bit of a bumpy road for England. Will they win the toss? Let's find out by heading out to the middle, where Ian Bishop is in control of proceedings.
The weather is outstanding, so we'll go to the middle and join Samuel Badri.
High octane start to this contest and this series in Barbados. And if that is anything to go by, we expect some entertainment here in Grenada. We're all set for the toss. The captains are here, Powell, Jos Buttler, and sweating profusely, Sir Richie Richardson, the match referee, in his black suit to oversee proceedings. Rovman, heads is the call. I'll wait confirmation of what it is. It is a heads. Just, you've won the toss. What are you going to do first, and the reasons for that, please?
We're going to chase. It looks a good wicket. We fancy a chase today.
One of the points of difference, major points of difference, were those sixes. West Indies hit 14, you guys just hit 6. That's a big difference in a T20 match. How do you plan to restrict that? Is it that you plan to bowl better or score more sixes?
A bit of both, I think. We know that's the West Indies style. It has been for a long time. They're fantastic six hitters. So we've got to find ways of limiting that as much as we can. And of course, with the bat, we got off to a fantastic start in those first 10 overs, and we just need to tidy up that back 10.
Any changes to your playing 11?
We just got one change today. Moeen Ali's coming in for Ben Duckett.
Is that tactical to get an off spinner against the left-handed West Indies batters?
Yeah, I think we just wanted to find a way to get Moeen back into the team whilst retaining the 2 leg spinners. So Ben Duckett unfortunately misses out today.
Thank you very much. Just all the very best.
Good luck.
Rovman, having a look at the surface, what would you have done?
Yeah, I think it looks a pretty good surface, but if we have won the toss, we'd have bowled also.
A really good start, comprehensive win in game 1. Much more of the same you're looking for today. Anything specific in terms of improvement?
Yeah, we're trying our best to control the power play. The last game they get off to a flyer, and our bowlers was fortunate to pull it back. Today is another opportunity for us to try to start a little bit better instead of starting bad and then trying to come back into the contest.
Any changes to your playing 11?
Yeah, we have one change. We bring in a spinner. Goody Kishmoti comes in. Unfortunate for Romario Shepherd. He misses out.
So is that the thinking that this pitch will offer some turn then?
No, not really. If you could remember the last game, Romario did come off, so he have a little niggle at the back of his knee. It's precaution. We're 1 love up, so hopefully without him we can go 2 love up and then possibly we return for the 3rd game.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thanks, man.
Well, there you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. England, they've won the toss and they've decided to bowl first.
Samuel Badri. What a pair of trousers he's wearing, by the way. I think we'll be asking him about them when he comes on commentary duty a little bit later today. As I say, it's John Norman, Jarrod Kimber, Steve Harmison and Alex Tudor. First up, both captains, Jos Buttler has decided he wants to chase, and Rovman Powell would have done the same thing. Harmy, any surprises there?
I'm very surprised that Moeen Ali coming in for Ben Duckett, because I'm sitting here, I didn't do the last game, and I listened to the whole lot on TalkSport 2, and it was great coverage, by the way. But I tell you what, I was thinking we've got too many options with the ball. Curran, Jacks, Wokes, Mills, Ahmed, Rashid, Livingston in that last game. We used 7 bowlers. The 2 leg spinners bowled their 4 overs. So we're trying to get another bowler into the team when you look at Ben Duckett, who is a left-hander in the middle order. Yes, there's a good chance that Moeen Ali probably comes in and might not bowl, but I was looking at this team and thinking, could Moeen Ali come in for one of the seam bowlers? Could he have come in for a Chris Wokes? Could he come in for a Sam Curran? Could he come in for a Tamal Mills? If you think it's going to turn and you want to bring an off spinner in from that point of view, you're saying there's not much pace in the pitch. So if that's the case, you either you leave out the bowler who has got no real pace on the ball, or you leave out the quick bowler who you think is going to be redundant because there's no pace in the pitch. So that's my initial thoughts, that we've got 7 bowlers. We're picking Moeen Ali because it's tactical, because Josh Butler's just said that.
Samuel did say one of the
sense.
Yes, before that first T20, myself and Jared were on duty, and we picked up on the very different looks in terms of the tactics on show, and we picked up on the power that West Indies possess. Now Samuel's picked up on that as well, but is Ali not in to hit more sixes as well? I mean, is that because that's where England lost out? They got off to a really good start, but they had no power in the middle. And they really lost their way. They lost all 10 wickets for 96. They struggled to score the boundaries. And it does appear on paper, at least, that they don't match up against the West Indies in that regard. And then we talk about the bowling as well. So there's confusion with the bowling, but also with the batting.
Yeah, confusion with the batting as well. Yeah, if you want to make that argument, I don't think there's a team in world cricket can match up with this power that the West Indies have got, really. India don't match up with that power. Australia don't match up with the power of what the West Indies possess. That's why these guys have won World T20s in the past, because this is the method that they have. We're going to hit more sixes than you. And it worked so many times for them in the last couple of years when they've had a few selection issues with people's fitnesses and people's availabilities, and not wanting to pick your best cricketers rather than picking a formula that is going to work for you in a long term over the series and gone on. Basically saying that the lads that have been playing franchise cricket, they're the ones that we're not going to pick. And there's been a lot of off-field stuff, and I think it's why the West Indies haven't been as powerful as what they were in 2016 when they won the tournament. They've gone back to that, and I don't think there's anybody as powerful six hitting as what the West Indies is. So again, you look at this middle order. Brooks a six hitter. Harry Brook can clear the rope. We've seen that in Test matches. Liam Livingston's in the team because his ability to clear the rope. Sam Curran bats high up in the IPL. He can clear the rope, no problem whatsoever. So I don't think Moeen Ali is coming in to hit sixes. I think Ben Duckett's a good player. I'm arguing against myself from the summer or from the World Cup, because I always want Moeen Ali. I always wanted Moeen Ali in my team. I just don't understand how you can say it tactically after the first game that you're changing the team to bring Moeen Ali in when you've used 7 bowlers. Is it a six hitting thing? No, I don't think it is. I really don't. I think it's another possible muddled thinking by this England selection unit, which is constantly under pressure.
Tudes, great to have you involved. Your thoughts on England? I mean, you were part of the ODI coverage that we brought here on TalkSport 2 via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. From what you saw in the first T20, the way that England are setting up today, World Cup, of course, taking place in the Caribbean in June. How do you assess where England are right now?
Yeah, listen, like you all said, and they had a fantastic start, didn't they? 77 runs in 6.1 overs when Phil Salt departed, 40 off 20 balls, and they had a fantastic start, didn't they? And they just sort of lost their way. West Indies came back really well with Shepherd and Nazari Joseph. That man, Dre Russ, sort of came into the team and does what he does. He bowls and then comes in and lashes the ball over the boundary with not so many balls. He's so dangerous. That's why they love him in the side, and that's why he's so exciting. That's why all the franchises around the world want him, because that's what he can do. And just like Harmy says, for years now, they've backed themselves to hit more sixes, and Gerard will be able to tell us the stats. They will hit more sixes than any other international nation. They ain't going to run quick singles, but they will back themselves to hit the boundaries, and that's what they do, and that's what got them over the line. Like Harmy says, it's a little bit like the batting situation where you try and put more batters into your side, especially when I'm going to test now, where you'll have more than 7-8 batters. And I always remember something that Alan Butch always says to me. He always says, if you have too many batters, that responsibility sort of goes a little bit, and you'll be like, oh, next man will get it, next man will get it. Same with the bowling. I think if you only got 5 bowlers, your 5 bowlers have to step up and do it. Yes, have the other options, but if you've got 7 bowlers, 8 different bowlers, I just think, you know, if it doesn't go too well, then that individual's not seen again, and they sort of get away with it. Sometimes you do have to come back. Look at Zari Joseph. He got spanked all over the place, but then came back, and in Barbados, as he always does, he takes wickets. He got free for, and came back and bowled and blew away the lower order. So, look, England need to get back on the winning trail. While they keep losing, we're all going to always have these debates, and, you know, with Mart and Butler and stuff like that. Look, they're a good side. They just need to put together a performance. Like, individuals are doing okay, but as a team, they're not quite gelling yet. And having Duckett not in the side, when West Indies have got some spinners, and he's a very good player of spin, as Harmy said, you know, I think, yeah, he said he's coming pretty much to hit sixes, because the right arm off spinner can't bowl to a right-handed batsman because of the matchups. And don't even get me started on that.
Well, we've got plenty of time, Chief. The captains have spoken. We've heard them with Samuel Badri. I'm guessing that Sam Ellard isn't wearing the kind of slacks that we've seen from a World T20 winner. But Sam Ellard is with Jos Buttler. Let's hear what Jos had to say.
Jos, won the toss today. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to chase. It looks like a pretty good wicket. So yeah, try and see what we're chasing, and you know, look to hunt them down.
And change, is it just the one change? Is Ben out for Mo? If so, what's the thinking behind that? And is there the possibility of maybe Liam Livingston batting a little bit higher up the order? If I just made that up.
Yeah, Moeen's coming in for Ben Duckett today. We wanted to retain the 2 leggies and find a way to get Moeen back in the side. So Ben Duckett's the unlucky one that misses out today. And we'll always be flexible with that middle order. I think that's something that we try and you know, come into the T20 game, is trying to put people in positions where the game suits them most, or try and disrupt the opposition. So we'll always be flexible with that.
After the last game, despite defeat, you've liked a lot the majority of what you've seen from your side over the past couple of weeks. What do you think extra needs to be done to turn some of these games that are very close into victories?
Yeah, I think the overall performance has been really good. It's you know, when we get on top, managing to stay on top, not let the opposition back in, and I think, you know, you're always striving for that more complete performance. You know, you never get perfect performance, but as close as we can do, and we'll come out on the right side.
You know what, Josh, sun's shining in Grenada. It's a good time to be alive, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Enjoy. See you later. Rodman Powell, the West Indies captain, going to come over and have a little chat to me. Thank you, Rodman. I'll keep it brief. If you'd won the toss, what would you have done?
Yeah, if I won the toss, I would have bowled also. You know, it looks a pretty good surface, you know, so hopefully we can start well as a batting group.
Any changes today, and if so, why?
Yeah, we have one change. Romario Shepherd picked up a little niggle in the last game. In comes Gori Kishmoti, a left-arm spinner.
And what are you looking from him today? Because he bowled very well in the one-day series.
Yeah, we're looking for him to control the middle overs. You know, in England have a lot of power hitters in the middle overs, so we think that a good spinner, a good quality spinner to them in the middle overs is very important.
I know it's only one victory and there's so much more work to be done, but it felt like that victory, that in the manner of it, with Russell coming back on home soil against a great team, giving everybody in the Caribbean a real boost. Do you feel there's a real good factor around your team at the moment?
Yeah, definitely. And I think we're playing good T20 cricket, you know, and that is commendable, because the guys have come out and show their mettle. The guys have come out and execute the plans that we come up with. You know, today provides another opportunity, not just for Russell, but everyone playing to stand up and be counted.
So Sam Ellard with Rodman Powell and Jos Buttler. It is England who have won the toss, and they will bowl first.
Rashid bowls one. He's down the track. It's over mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder. He finds the solitary fielder on the boundary in that position, and Adil Rashid picks up another. It's his 100th T20 international wicket.
Obviously it means a lot, you know, these milestones, 100 T20s, 100 wickets. So, you know, as you play in this competition, as you're playing these international cricket, that's what you look forward to as well, you know, these little milestones.
Very special today. He's been a fantastic performer for such a long period of time. He's been, you know, England's most important player, really.
For myself, it's a nice little achievement, but unfortunately we didn't get the victory today.
Delighted for him, that longevity and skill that he's got. He's a class act, and plenty more in the tank as well.
Well, he's a class act indeed. Bowled well in the World Cup as well, and picked up his 100th T20 wicket on his 100th T20 appearance in Barbados the other night. But after 9 defeats in the last 13 white ball games, Adil Rashid says their recent slump in form is just part and parcel of the game.
I think that's just life. I think that's just sport in general. You can't always win T20 World Cups. You can't always win 50 World Cups. Not many teams around the world in cricket have won them consistently over 10-15 times. You win some, you lose some, and unfortunately for us we've lost one, but there's one coming up in 6 months. I'm sure that we'll prepare well for that. We'll give our best chance, and we'll go out there with 100%, and if it was meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, then it isn't. Then we move on, and that's life in general. So you can't always win a game, series, World Cups, but our mindset is to become the best in whatever we do, batting, bowling, fielding, is to become the best and let all that take care of itself. So we're not looking too far ahead. We're just looking at their present.
How far away do you think you are to maybe getting back to that kind of being the best, which you guys were undoubtedly for such a long period of time? Does it feel nearer than perhaps the results suggest?
I mean, it can always take time. You can always, when you go through a bad patch like we have done over the past few months or whatever it is, it could take a bit longer to get back to that. But it can come very quickly. It can come within 2 games where people click. You get confidence, you win a game, then you win another, and then all of a sudden the ball's rolling again in no time. Then, like I say, maybe a month's time and everything's back to normal. Yeah. So then, that's sport. Ups and downs come, but I'm very confident that we stick to our thing, we stick to our mindset, stick to our core principles as a team. I'm sure we'll go a long way.
Adil Rashid there, speaking with Sam Ellard, Steve Harmison, Alex Tudor and Jared Kimber alongside me. I mean, Jared, from your perspective, we've spoken about Adil Rashid many times, none more so than when Goffey's on duty and an IPL draft. Well, apparently he's hit 10 first-class centuries. I'm not sure if you knew that.
And I think he dedicated all of them to Goff.
Well, but from your perspective, I mean, we have spoken about Adil, but the role that he plays in this side is actually more than just leg spin now, isn't it? Because you've got this youngster coming through, Rayan Ahmed. We will sit back and watch to see how that career pans out. But certainly the relationship between Adil and Moeen has been an instrumental one within the success of that England team. 50 over cricket. And it's going to be very interesting to see how these two work alongside each other in this series and moving on.
Yeah, I think if you look at the last World Cup, obviously, Liam Plunkett's no longer there. Ben Stokes doesn't bowl anymore, or probably won't bowl ever again. And so they're missing big chunks of what they had. But one of the few things they still have is Adil Rashid. I thought he had, after a slowish start, maybe like a lot of players in England, had a fairly decent World Cup by the end. He's going to be more important in the T20 World Cup, I would have thought, where he's even more suited to that format. But yeah, then you've got the combination with Moeen Ali has always been a thing, but coaching Rayan Ahmed and making him feel comfortable, making him feel it was part of the team, that World Cup in the West Indies, we are expecting spin to play a big part, as it has in this series at times as well, right?
Absolutely. And if you look at the West Indies side, they've also made one change. They brought in a spinner, and it's a spinner that we wanted to see in the first T20. Didn't make a lot of difference in the end, but Gudakesh Moti, who we saw in the ODI series, you like him. Tell the listeners and viewers what they can expect from him today.
He spins the ball a long way, and I think that's the most interesting thing about him. He's very conventional as well. You see him upright, exactly. He looks like a spinner from the 90s, really, more than a modern day spinner. But he really puts a lot of revs on it. According to CricViz, he puts the most revs on it of anyone in their database in ODI cricket. He does the same thing in T20 cricket. He hasn't played a lot. Well, he hasn't played a lot of games professionally. He's played 30 T20s. He's got an average of 24, an economy of 7. He is from Guyana, and generally what happens is Guyanese spinners have great records because no one can actually hit them off the square because the ball never gets above ankle height. Subterranean spin that you have to face over there. But he, weirdly enough, doesn't have a very good record at home. He averages 35 at home with an economy rate of 7. He's much better away from home. And so his overall numbers are pretty good considering that. But I reckon there's a lot of West Indian spinners out of Guyana that don't get pushed because they just figure, of course you've got good numbers because of the wickets you play on at home. Weirdly, he doesn't profile like that at all. So he's a really, really interesting cricketer. Harmy thinks he's 12. He looks 14. He is actually 28. He hasn't played a lot of professional cricket. He looks smart to me. He looks like he has a really repeatable action. He's quite tall. He's quite strong. I think he's a fantastic cricketer. I'm not sure if Romario Shepherd... The way Robin Powell put it, Romario Shepherd was dropped for him. Cricinfo is saying Romario Shepherd has a knee injury, but I don't know what is true out of those two things. But I'm glad that Modi's playing. Not quite sure that Romario Shepherd shouldn't be playing if he's fit, but I'm hoping it is that knee injury.
He said to Samuel Badri that it was... He indicated it was more tactical.
He said unlucky, didn't he?
But then unlucky, yeah. But then he said to Sam Allard that there was an injury. Shepherd was feeling a little bit of a niggle, so they've gone down that road, and that's what Rothman Powell said to the two Samuels. So, yeah, you look at the bowling. They chose 5 bowlers. They could have had Kyle Myers, who can bowl and got wickets in. It was actually in Grenada when the Test matches were on. He got wickets the last time we were there. So, yeah. I think that I like Moti. I thought he bowled really, really well. I agree. I do think he's about 14-year-old. He is a traditional left-arm spinner. He does get the ball to turn, but he gives the ball a chance to turn. He really does give it a rip, and he looks to take wickets. And I think that in 2020 cricket is invaluable.
Good stuff. Steve Harmison, Alex Tudor, Jared Kimber. You are listening to TalkSport 2. Get in contact with us at cricket_TS on Twitter or via the chat facility on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. But I'm delighted to say we can head out now to the stadium where talking us through the first 5 overs of West Indies innings will be Nikhil Atamchandani, and alongside him the man who possesses the smartest slacks in world cricket, Samuel Badri.
Thank you very much, and welcome to everyone tuning in live on TalkSport 2. It is the Spice Isle, in Grenada. First T20 International was won by the West Indies in Bridgetown, Barbados. Brandon King, Kyle Mears, the 2 openers. Out in the middle, King got off to a good start. This partnership got off to a good start in the last game. And Moeen Ali has the new ball into the first game of this series for him. Speaking of spin, Samuel Badri, as you mentioned, is here as well. Samuel, interesting endorsement on the slacks.
Very interesting. Hello, Nikhil, and hello to everyone listening on to this encounter. Moeen Ali slotted straight into the playing 11 and has been given the ball for the first over. Mentioned before, West Indies leading this 5-match series 1-0, and so England will want to fight back here and to level the series and just to keep that excitement and to capture everyone's attention. It's high octane game number 1, and if that is anything to go by, we expect this series to be very, very entertaining. Just a little bit of a delay. I want to start this game exactly at 1:30 p.m. local time. We're here in the Spice Isle, as you mentioned, Nikhil, the backdrop, the mountains to the left as we look out of the window to the pitch, the Curran James Stadium to our right. Curran James, of course, Olympic gold medal winner for Grenada. A tremendous athlete and a son of the soil. First ball.
Ali over the wicket, starting to Brandon King. Flighted delivery. He is bowling with a long on and deep mid wicket. King drives this one down to deep long on for a single. The West Indies are underway. Brandon King is underway. Tell me what you make of that Moeen Ali change. Ali in, Duckett out. Samuel Badri.
Yeah, I think it's a good one. They've maintained the 2 wrist spinners. What they saw in game 1 enthused them, and they reaped good reward, picking up 5 wickets between them. That's Rian Ahmed and Adil Rashid, and they want someone who can offer that off-spinning option, and Moeen Ali is the man.
Here's Ali bowling with a slip to the left-handed Mears, who will try to spin that ball away. Just to remind viewers who may be not familiar with conditions here in Grenada, it's the highest scoring T20 venue in the Caribbean. Average first innings score here is about 173, and it's got the highest run rate per over of all the venues that the West Indies have played T20 internationals on. Here's Ali flighting this one on a leg stump line, and Mears is trying to drive this one, miscues it, but straight to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, Will Jacks opened the bowling in game number 1. Part-time off-spinner went for 14. Here's Moeen Ali round the wicket again to Kyle Mears. That one just holding on the surface, just pushes it off to the offside, no run. So a good start from Moeen Ali, just a 1 run conceded so far. But yeah, just getting him in for this exact purpose, to bowl these overs against Mears.
Ali flighted again. Mears is driving. This time has long off, though. Does Moeen Ali. Just 1 again. So decent start for England. Just 2 runs from the first 5 deliveries.
Yeah, bowling in the power play is such a specific skill set. Oftentimes, team utilize a part-timer just to get 1 or 2 overs out of the way. and the batting team ends up getting a start, and then that sets the tone for the rest of the innings.
Ali back over the wicket to King. This one is short, pulled away, but again, too deep leg side in the power play. It'll just be one, and a much better start for England in terms of this second T20 international, where in the first over, live on TalkSport 2, West Indies, after losing the toss, being sent in, are 3 without loss.
Yeah, lush green Grenada, lots of rain in the lead up to this match quite recently, so lots of greenery around. A really wonderful island. If ever you get an opportunity to come across and visit these shores, so many activities to do, the warmth and friendliness of the people, not to mention the local cuisine, and a really nice backdrop for game number 2. Game number 3 will be played right here as well in a couple days time, 1:30 p.m. local time start. West Indies, as a reminder, just made one chase. Gudakesh Moti, the left-arm orthodox spinner, in for Romario Shepherd, who's carrying a little bit of a niggle, as Rovman Powell mentioned at the toss. Chris Wokes will be entrusted with the second over. Wokes had 1 for 15 from 2 overs in game number 1. As you mentioned, Nikhil, a much better start, just the first over. And oftentimes you see in over number 1 teams, when they bat first particularly, a little bit watchful. So it's an easy over, one easier over. No over is easy though in T20s.
Chris Wokes bowling from that northern end. The first delivery is down the leg side wide. It'll be interesting to see how Butler uses Sam Curran as well, because a lot of his usage this year in T20 internationals has been in the power play. 13 of his 20 overs bowled in the power play, but we've had 2 overs, one from each end, and we haven't seen Curran, so maybe some more overs in that middle over phase, or even the back end with those variations he's developed over the years. Wokes turns and begins his run to Kyle Mayers. Sorry, it's Brandon King on strike correction. This one is driven off the edge down to deep point. Deep point and deep backward square are the 2 fielders outside the circle. Sam, what impressed you about that West Indies victory in the first T20 international from a batting standpoint?
Yeah, just the control. All of the top 3 from the West Indies in terms of their strike rate were 120 or above. And that start is what you need in a chase, anything over 170. You need a really good start, and that was provided by the opening batters. So, and then after that, they were able to control that, and they didn't panic at any point. The unbroken 49-run partnership between Andrew Russell and Rovman Powell sealed the deal, and they showed their class and their experience.
Now these 2 got them off to a flare. They've been watchful so far, though. Here's Mayers again, just punching it into the offside, where Will Jacks, who's at extra cover, does the fielding. Again, another dot delivery. So, as you mentioned, there has been some rain around. Maybe just getting a feel of the surface, these 2 openers, before they go back to that aggressive play.
Yeah, and that's exactly what is needed. Sometimes I think England, they're guilty of a one-cap or a one-size-fit-all approach, and despite the conditions, despite the opposition, they just go at one speed.
Walks past umpire Williams. This one outside the off stump, just about that 5th stump line, and Mears just fishing on it, but it goes past the outside edge through to the keeper Butler for no run.
And anyone who's played cricket at any level understands that there are ebbs and flows in a game, even though it's a T20 match. We've seen them in ODIs as well, just continue to go hard, and despite losing wickets, there isn't a tempering of the approach, and I just want to see if they continue with that despite the results.
Many will remember Kyle Mayers in that first game. Here's Wokes, again goes across Mayers, and he's just opening the face to this one, which then directs it down to deep point for another single. He hit 4 sixes in that first T20 international, Mayers. 3 of them were over that deep mid-wicket area. So far they've been a lot fuller to him, and it'll be interesting to see if they go to Mills in this power play, who's retained his place in the team, or maybe even Curran from the other over, or persist with the new man Moeen Ali, who's come in, the 36-year-old, for this second T20 international. Slip is in place for Brandon King, who likes that extra cover region, likes to drive the ball outside the off stump. Deep point, deep backward square are the 2 fielders outside the circle. Here is Wokes getting one to just shake back in, and narrowly misses the off stump through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, some aggression there from Brandon King. He felt as though he's seen enough and he wants to capitalize on this power play. Expansive shot between bat and pan, and just goes over that middle and off stump. An excellent delivery, and that's sort of the length that he'll want to hit with more regularity, Chris Wokes. And just a bit of history, Nikhil, and to all our listeners, umpire Jacqueline Williams becomes the first female umpire from the West Indies to stand in a men's T20 international featuring 2 full member nations.
There's King driving to mid-off. Can't beat the fielder though, but they do scamper through for the quick single. It's quickly the end of 2 overs. 7 runners on the board for the West Indies. They haven't lost a wicket, but England have controlled the scoring rate. Live on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, the 47-year-old Jacqueline Williams stands in the middle in the second T20I. She is from Jamaica, and she is joined on field by experienced umpire Gregory Brathwaite. Leslie Reefer Jr. is the television umpire for today. So historical moment for umpire Jacqueline Wilson, historical moment here in the West Indies and for the female umpires and for females in general.
A crowd slowly coming in. The Barmy Army are here in their full numbers in Grenada. They always come here. They had a test match last year. West Indies played England. They were out in their numbers. Here is Moeen Ali continuing. Gets some prodigious spin off the surface to King, who is looking to punch it into the offside. But it comes off the inner half of the bat and goes into the pitch for no run.
Yeah, looking to open up the offside, but Moeen Ali is bowling a tight line and he's getting the ball to grip off the surface. Here he comes in again over the wicket to King. This one is way outside off stump. Looking to smash that one straight back into the bowler. So he's quite a skillful and a thinking bowler, Moeen Ali. Seldom will he bowl 2 deliveries in the exact same spot.
Ali, no slip in place for King. This time, slog sweep over the onside. It's big. Gone all the way for 6. First of the day. The West Indies hit 14 in that first T20 international. That's the first one.
Yeah, a little bit too full. Brandon King was targeting that area in delivery 1. The length was good. This time, he manages to get under it. And despite the fielders in the deep, he got it over their heads and in the gap. And that's I suppose, a little bit of a challenge for Moeen Ali, bowling to the right-handed Brandon King. He wouldn't mind a single and to bowl more of his deliveries to the left-handed Mears. But Brandon King doesn't seem to be in a mood to get a single. He figures that this is his positive matchup and he wants to capitalize. A couple aggressive shots to start the over, one resulting in a 6. Does Moeen Ali pull his length back now?
Quite a brave option as well. Deep long on and deep cow corner almost on the boundary for Ali, but King was able to clear them. This one though, the line is a lot wider. It's on just about that off stump area. King is punching it into the offside to Rayan Ahmed, who's at point. He could be so crucial today. They thought England with Rashid and Ahmed that they could maybe have stifled the West Indies in that last game. Wasn't to be. Here's King advancing down the track. Took a while to get to him. Didn't get close enough. Hit it straight to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, and this is where the West Indies need to continually develop their game. He's hit a 6 in the over, but he's already also conceded 4 dot deliveries. No short mid-wicket. Now he comes across to the offside, so there's a single on offer there if he wants it. This time he goes for another big hit. Doesn't get hold of it, or does he? Yes, he does. Another 6 in the over. So that's the danger of bowling the off-spinner to the right-handed Brandon King. And though there were 4 dot deliveries, the over still went for 12. 2 overs, none for 15 from Moeen Ali. And a good start for the West Indies as well after they were stifled in the opening 2 overs.
Harry Brook was at deep long on and made a valiant effort. Got a hand to it in the end, but he was well over the boundary rope. And Brandon King taking on that slog sweep twice in the over and getting the result, the desired result that is. And one thing to watch for the listeners is that wind factor. Kind of swirling. Direction tends to change, usually comes from the northeast, but anytime you hit the ball into the air, you just never know the impact it could have. We are very close to the Caribbean Sea here at the National Cricket Stadium. Chris Wilkes has the ball, and he's bowling very wide to Kyle Mayers, shorter length, and Mayers punches this one disdainfully into the offside for 4.
Yeah, oftentimes it's just that one boundary, that one over that opens up the floodgates. And the start of this over, a positive one from Kyle Mayers. Again, the length and the line, both not exactly what he wanted. Chris Wilkes short and wide and just asking to be hit. There's a change in field now. The third goes into a deep point position and backward point comes a lot finer. So there's a short third, backward point on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off on the offside.
Mayers is so strong square of the wicket. Here he is short again to Mayers, who's pulling this one in front of square. Work for deep square to do, can't get there. Back-to-back boundaries, good start for the West Indies.
Yeah, so he made adjustment in the line, Chris Wilkes. It was much straighter but the length again too short. If he goes back to the first over where he bowled a delivery that just nipped back in and bounced over the top of middle stump, that was much fuller than these two deliveries. That's the sort of length that he should be looking for. Instead, he's been short in the first two and punished.
The field stays the same. Here is Wokes again short, and Mears really missed out there. May have just rushed onto the bat a bit as it hits the top of the bat and just trickles through to Butler, but he set himself up for another pull into that leg side, a shot which we saw dominance in that first T20 international, Samuel.
Yeah, he's very strong with this particular shot. Sometimes he gets dismissed with it, but that's the risk you take, particularly in this format. Just the Q end off the bat. But I like the approach from the West Indians. They looked at the first two overs, got a little sense of what the pitch is doing, but they know too that they must capitalize on the field restrictions, and so they're going hard now.
Well, slower delivery to Mears, who's driving, comes off the edge, goes to Mills at short third. And remember, folks, this is quite different in terms of what the West Indies dealt with in that first T20 international. They batted second. Under the lights, there was a bit of moisture from the rain. You could argue maybe a dew factor, which could have allowed the ball to come on a bit better and made things tougher for England, and especially their wrist spinners. So it will be interesting to see, without that dew factor, very hot and humid conditions, how Rayan Ahmed, Adil Rashid especially, maybe even Liam Livingston, who we saw in that first game, can go with ball in hand. Now to Mears, still backward square and a deep point. Here is Wokes over the wicket, again short, and Mears is punching but straight to the man in the deep, just one.
Yeah, what the West Indies has, and I mentioned that in game number one, is the ability to have a right-left combination out there in the middle for most of the innings. So that makes someone like Moeen Ali always under pressure if there's a right-hander there. The wrist spinners, they can bowl quite comfortably to either the left-handers or the right-handers based on their variations, but oftentimes we've seen the finger spinner come under the pump when there's that negative matchup. A little bit of a delay. Not entirely sure what the reason is. Might be the footing from Chris Wokes. There is some activity just where he lands that left foot upon delivery. We mentioned the rainfall and that moisture beneath the surface, so he might not be altogether comfortable upon landing. Umpire's just having a look. He's remonstrating, perhaps making his point. The batters are in the middle in discussion. A good start, 28 without loss. We're into the fourth over. Good partnership. Something that we've seen from the West Indies. These two have been given the opportunity once again. I'd also like to see, Nikhil, during the course of this series, other players given opportunities in different positions just to test exactly what they can do come that World Cup in 6 months' time. This series, in terms of the result, in my respectful view, not altogether important, but giving players opportunities at different phases. We saw England use the two wrist spinners. We're seeing West Indies today use their two finger spinners, Gudakesh Moti and Akil Hussain. So it'll be interesting to see how they go together. I'd also like to see someone like an O'Shane Thomas, even a Matthew Ford, be given a couple games and to see what he can do. And of course, Sherfin Rutherford. So Shemron Atmire today again. Maybe the next two matches, Sherfin Rutherford, and then in the fifth, based on how the series is going, you can make a decision then. But yeah, not too many matches left, international matches left, that is, before that T20 World Cup, and so teams will be looking just to iron out and to finalize their plans.
Yeah, just the pause continues because the ground staff are making their way out. I think they want to have some sawdust put down in and around that landing area, so one of the ground staff is out making their way to the middle, trying to apply that to the surface. In the meantime, though, gives us a chance to reflect. The two overs bowled initially went for just 7 runs. However, the last 11 deliveries, the West Indies have scored 21 runs, and it's been because of Brandon King, who attacked Moeen Ali for 12 in that last over, and now we're seeing a similar attack from Kyle Mears against Wokes. It'll be interesting to see the way that Jos Buttler uses Sam Curran, uses Tamal Mills, the left-arm seamer who took the most wickets in the 100. But it won't be easy because look at the last 3 years, the West Indies have been the best scoring team in the power play, just a touch under 9 runs and over. So King, Mears, Shea Hope and Nicholas Pooran, that top 4 have been very successful for the West Indies in recent times. We saw it in that first game where Hope was able to navigate the spin threat initially and we could be seeing it again today in terms of that dominance. 28 without loss on the board, 3.5 overs gone.
Yeah, I wanted to see what impact the stop clock would have on this game. In that first game, there were lots of rainfall, so we didn't really get to fully appreciate the impact, if any, from the stop clock. We already had a delay now here on the force due to that wet landing area. Remember, if you're not too familiar, this series is the first international series where that stop clock is being trialed. The fielding team has 60 seconds after the last delivery is bowled to get ready for the next over, failing which after 2 times you face a penalty of 5 runs, and that is in addition to the overrate penalty with fielders coming into the inner circle if you're not within your time.
Well, ready for the resume. Here is Walk's straight delivery on the pads, just flicked away forcefully down to deep backwards square for a single. Ends the 4th over, finally 29 without loss. A good start for the West Indies. This time they're batting first after losing the toss. So far so good. Live on TalkSport 2.
A nice little platform being laid here. Music blaring in the background. Crowd is looking quite decent. Lots of local supporters here today, much unlike what we saw in Barbados and Antigua, where the Barmy Army and the English supporters vastly outnumbered the locals. Looks to be a little bit different this time around. Nice to see the fans coming in, and it has to do with the way West Indies have been playing. Won that ODI series 2-1, and they started off this one enterprisingly. They have a solid batting unit, very strong middle and lower order. I just wonder if that impacts the way these batters bat, knowing the depth and the quality that they have. A change in bowling from the commentary box, then Sam Curran into the attack for the first time. Left arm round the wicket to Brandon King.
Yeah, first look at Curran, who's around the wicket to King, driving that extra cover region, which he favours again. No run. Interesting that England have backed Curran even through phases of adversity in this series. You saw it in the One International Series. Went for 98 runs in that first ODI, then came back superbly well, won player of the match with 3 wickets. Last game, he went for 23 runs in just 2.1 overs, and both those overs were in the power play. Butler has wanted to use him mainly with that newer ball, trying to use that wind to take the ball into the right-hander. Here he is wide of the crease. King advances and lifts it over extra cover for 4. A strong area for Brandon King is that extra cover region, and he's capitalizing on this occasion.
There might have been another slower delivery from Sam Curran. Yes, it was, and he just met it on the full, hits it on the up, clears the field at mid-off quite comfortably. So slower delivery ball 1, slower delivery ball 2. Brandon King is having none of it. He seems to have a good idea of what the surface is doing. Really positive approach. 21 from 14. He's racing along. Mayers 11 from 12.
Yeah, both men leg side on the boundary. Here's King edging this one. Butler gets a crucial right hand onto it. It was an attempted cut shot by Brandon King. Interesting though, Sam, that he's going to that off stump or wider line, but both feeders are leg side, deep backward square, and a very straight deep mid wicket.
It has an umbrella ring across the offside. Everyone is on the circle. No one really cutting a single because the batters are looking to go hard. Doesn't want to bowl straight. I know the point you're making with the 2 fielders there, but still he doesn't want them to hit there.
It looks to be another slower delivery. It is, and bouncer this time into the pitch. King can't pull it, goes through to Butler for no run. So good start from Sam Curran. 4 of the first 4 deliveries, and to take you through the rest of this over and a few more, we'll send it back to the studio with Jonathan Norman.
Thank you, team. Yes, 33 without loss and West Indies. Pressure has been in and around this England team, the white ball team, for quite some time. But when isn't it in professional sport? But West Indies have got off to a decent start. I'm John Norman. Alongside me, Jared Kimber, Steve Harmison and Alex Tudor. Curran is in again. One hand off the bat from King. No timing there. Slight misfield. No damage done. Just one boundary then from this first Sam Curran over. Coming from the second ball, Brandon King, who had a patchy ODI series. He's 21 from 17. And Carl Mayers, who hit 2 absolute monsters. 6s in West Indies' 4-wicket win over England in the first T20 is 11 from 12. Curran at the top of his mark. Last ball of the 5th over. We're in the power play here on TalkSport 2. He is in. Down the track it is King, and this will race away to the boundary. 4 more to the score, 37 without loss. Thoughts, Judes?
Yeah, that's a fantastic shot. It's a great start by King and Mayers. He just advanced down the wicket at Sam Curran, who's come round the wicket. One of those slower balls again, dispatched him down the ground, hit powerfully down the ground. He knew as soon as he hit it that it was 4. Put Sam Curran's over. It's gone for 8 off the first over. It's not too bad, but you always talk about getting out that over, and last ball going for 4, you'll be disappointed with that.
Both of the boundaries in that over were essentially premeditated shots. The batter coming down the track. Is that the kind of shot that's easier to do against a bowler like Sam, who's not particularly tall and is not bowling particularly fast?
Yeah, I think so, John. And also that he's going to bowl a lot of change-ups. So you've seen the wicket, you've seen conditions, you've seen him for a while. You're sort of thinking he's going to bowl a change-up. I'm going to have a go.
Wokes is having a go. This is a beautiful pick-up from Carl Mayers. He holds his position, great call, and he just helps this up over the leg side boundary for 6.
In the slot, absolute in the slot, on leg stump, probably going to hit leg stump. What? No, just about the top of leg stump. Nice, on the top of the bounce, just going up with it. The beautiful shot. We've seen a couple of them in Barbados from Myers. It's a bad start of the over for Chris Wokes.
14 from the first 2. He's going to bowl 3 back-to-back overs in the power play is Wokes. First ball's gone for 6. Looks like a cutter, and Myers, again, he's happy just to stay in the crease. Very still, opens the face of the bat and just tries to place the ball past point. But gets it a fraction too straight, and it's fielded. 43 without loss.
I like Harmy. When you see in the game sort of 2020, you see a lot of overhitting. That shot previous to Carl Myers, he was just well controlled, had his balance, had total control, and he didn't overhit it. He just backed himself with tremendous power.
We saw that in the first T20 as well. This is wide-ish and hauled, really. Dragged from well outside. I think that possibly would have been a wide if he'd let it go, but essentially instead of trying to target the covers, Myers has tried to drag this through the leg side, and it's fielded.
Yeah, that was probably the overhitting bit. He's gone for the overhitting and lost his balance, lost his shape, because he's obviously the angle's gone wider. I think the one that he hit for 6 was perfect in the arc. Just continue, just hit through the line of the ball, just help the ball on its way. It's bouncing a little bit, and as it's getting to the top of its bounce, just help it over the top. You got to remember, you just got to hit it over 30-yard circle in this time, but sometimes when you do that, you do it a little bit further.
Good comeback from Wokes though. Touch fuller, and Myers loses his body shape here. He goes for an expansive drive over long off, but he doesn't clear Sam Curran at mid-off, running back, and Wokes has struck. Windies lose their first, 43 for 1.
Yeah, that's very, very good bowling from Chris Wokes. He's talked about bowling the slot for the first ball of the over. He's gone to the slower ball, gone to the cutter, and that one there, again, just a little bit wider, a touch wider, and I think that's what's made Kyle Myers lose his shape. He wants to hit it on his dominant leg side. He wants to pick it up, but unfortunately, because Chris Wokes has drawn him into it, he hasn't been able to readjust his body position, and he's lost his shape, he's lost his balance, and all of a sudden, because he's still trying to hit it on the leg side, it's gone straight up in the air. An excellent catch as well from Sam Curran running back, because they're never easy running back into the blue sky. Remember, it's blue sky. It's not a night game, so he's had a look. There's not many clouds in the sky, but he's had to just turn his shoulder, get himself positioned right, and take what did look like an easy catch, but believe me, it's not. Excellent bit of bowling by Chris Wokes, and timely. England needed this wicket.
They did need the wickets. A wicket in the power play. Both West Indies and England got off to good starts. Now in the first T20, West Indies were able to carry on though. Now Nicholas Pooran's come in, Jared.
I assume this is left-hand, right-hand, because I can't think of another reason why Shai Hope wouldn't come in at this point. I would assume, especially with all the spinners, you probably don't want them to load up on their 2 offies or the 2 leggies with a bad matchup. So I'm only guessing, Harmy, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think they've gone left-hand, right-hand. I think Curran and Hope, very flexible, very experienced cricketers, so I think they know the jobs that You know, the team requires them to do so. That's the only thing I can think of is left hand for left hand.
Wokes it is then. Curran facing his first delivery, and he will pick up 4. Now, I'm not sure if that was guided past Mills. Or it was a genuine outside edge. We'll have to have a little look again. Jared Kimber to the right of me has just said good shot, so we'll say that it was a deliberate attempt there just to split the field. Well, that's a good start to Curran's innings.
It's a brutal slip in place as well. And that, good move. I was just about to say that's a good decision to bring slip in. Brought backward point a little bit further round and brought slip into play. But that was a very, very exceptional shot from Curran.
First slip's gone wider now, and this is dropped into the offside by Nicholas Curran. Power play is done. 48 for 1 West Indies. Asked to bat first. They would have preferred to chase as well. Rodman Powell saying that at the toss with our very own Sam Ellard. But Tudes, your thoughts at 6 overs in?
Yeah, decent start. Good start from the West Indies. They'll be, disappointed. Carl Myers looked like he was sort of enjoying himself. Just got underneath one, and it was a good catch by Sam Curran. But it's a good start, and I think England will be quite happy with that. You look at run rates now, isn't it? It's all about strike rates and run rates in this form of the game. And as you say, 48 off 6 overs, they'll be happy with that. As we see Adil Rashid coming into the attack.
I don't think this pitch has been touted as one of the best for T20 on, but I'm not sure it's as good a surface as what that normally are here. I think the power play in the last game, 59 was the West Indies for 1. England was 77, so a little bit behind that. England will be very, very happy of the way they've gone in the first 6 overs.
Rashid to bowl his first over. No slip in place, and this is very, very full. And Curran will possibly feel like he's missed out. Scuffs the ball into the offside, and no run. Brandon King 25 from 18. Nicholas Curran 5 from 3. Adil Rashid is in again, and Curran playing back. Googly there, I think. It wasn't read by the batter. Squirts to the fielder backward of point. Quite close to the batter though. What kind of score do you think is a good one here? What do you think West Indies will be targeting? Jude, you can answer that in a second after this third delivery from Rashid. Again floated up, and Curran goes to the big shot. He's targeting mid-wicket. He's gone aerial, and it's been caught. Chris Wokes successfully takes the catch straight down his throat, and promoting Nicholas Curran up the order has not worked. 48 for 2 West Indies.
Yeah, that's great bowling by Adil Rashid. Again, done him with a googly as he does to the left-handers. Nicholas Curran's fancied himself, did it over deep mid-wicket, and it's gone straight up. Chris Wokes just steadies himself, safe pair of hands, catches it chest high. Summers in his eyes a little bit, and as I always say to the kids, get that hand up just to get the sun out your eyes, and then as it gets close, take it away and then gather it in. Safe pair of hands from Chris Wokes. And Nicholas Curran has to depart from 5, and as you said, John, it's not quite worked out for him, and it's a big wicket actually for England, because he's been in fantastic form in franchise cricket, playing T20 and T10.
Yeah, he's also incredibly powerful on the leg side. He is very leg side dominant, isn't he, Curran? So good skills from Rashid. He would have known where the batter wanted to hit him.
He was touch frustrated was Nicholas Curran, because the ball before Rashid's first ball, the looping nearly, he just got it just before the full toss, and he's blocked it into sort of extra cover, and I think extra cover was asleep, and Nicholas Curran wanted a single. He wanted to rotate the strike. England's best spin bowler, so when the spin bowler comes on, you want to try and rotate the strike, and he was looking for his partner at the other end, Brandon King, who wasn't forthcoming with he wasn't on the same wavelength, and unfortunately for Curran, he then tried to hit the next ball out of Grenada and managed to get himself out. So there was frustration there from Curran.
We do have a slip back in place for the new batter. This is tossed up wide of Shea Hope, who plays a cross-batted shot down the ground and gets off the mark.
I think it was a leggy, wasn't it? It did look...
Well, it just looked like maybe it did come out the front of the hand a little bit.
Tossed up again, and forward is King. Again, just dragging the ball wide of off stump into the leg side. fielders back on the boundary now. We're not inside the power play.
Yeah, it wasn't a full-blown top spinner that you'd normally get from Rashid, but it didn't spin. It just seems to hole in the pitch, bounced if anything, but bounced straight up.
Last ball of the over. This is on a off-stump line, and Hope is forward and trying to really pick a gap in a quite packed offside field, but can't do so. The ball squirts to point, and that is a decent over from Adil Rashid.
Great start from England's 100 man. Drew Flintoff presented him with the cap. It was a nice speech, showing his age as well, because talked about Adil Rashid being a youngster in the team and it was on the Caribbean tour in the one-day series. I was on that trip when Adil Rashid was on it, so it was nice that Adil gets his cap, his 100th cap. That's a great achievement. Shows the longevity of England's leg spinner. And talking about England's leg spinner, he's got a job to do as Adil Rashid to help educate and what looks as though a promising career in Ryan Ahmed.
7 overs in then. You're listening to TalkSport 2. Get in contact with us at cricket_TS or TalkSport 2 on Twitter /X or via the chat box on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube page. Ryan Ahmed is in. We've got leg spin at both ends. No real turn there from this first delivery from Ahmed, and it's King who playing it deep in his crease, happy just to push this up to mid-on for a single. 51 for 2. Lots of chat on the chat group. I'll go through some of those messages very shortly, but this be one of the few times, or the first few times, you would have commentated on Ryan Ahmed. Choose, have you seen much of him over the last couple of years? Obviously with your work with Sky as well. What a delivery from Ahmed. He has bamboozled Shea Hope, who was playing back and then really pushing the bat out in front of him, more in hope than expectation, and off stump has been rattled. 51 for 3.
Tudes, I think he's got a good googly.
Yeah, no, he's not picked that one, has he? He's gone back. He's looked like he was going to cut it, and then he's like, oh no. And it's just sort of come back at him, Shea Hope, and he's been in tremendous form. So that's a massive wicket for England and Ryan Ahmed. And as you said, John, I've seen a bit of him, and what I've seen I like. You know, he's a confident young man. Not only does he bowl leg spin well, he can also bat, let me tell you. So he's going to be a tremendous find for England. And as you said, bowling at the other end to Rashid, he can only learn. You can sort of look at that as you know, he can mentor him, show him what it's about, you know, touring, bowling different conditions on different pitches. It's a great learning curve for him with Mo out there as well. It's great to see, you know, a young individual getting his opportunity and taking it, you know, and getting that wicket in his first over. It's a fantastic start for the young man.
I want to see that again, because out of the hand that definitely looked like a wrong end, and it reminded me of the Ravi Bishnoi ball, and he bowls very similar to Ravi Bishnoi in that it looks like a wrong, but it actually spins slightly away. Yeah, it did, but I think he looks as though he might have got an inside edge on it, which exaggerated why it went on to off stump, why I thought it was the big googly.
He still played the wrong line.
He did play the wrong line.
He wasn't sure what he was playing, and
he looked flummoxed, didn't he?
Off stump looked flummoxed.
It was, yeah. It did.
Yeah.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, it was a clear inside edge onto off stump, just grazed the bat. Hetmeyer's a new batter, forward, and 2 full from Ahmed. He'll be a little bit disappointed with this. Slip in place again, pushed up to mid-off, so Hetmeyer gets off the mark.
still looks like a wrong and coming out of the hand. I can see how it is a leg spinner now that we've seen it slowed down 4 times, but if we're struggling to pick it on the 4th go, you can see why Shai Hope might have struggled.
That's why we batted where we did.
King playing back and across, and again we'll take a single up to mid-on. West Indies losing 3 wickets for just 10 runs.
And the beauty about that delivery, we're talking about it and not being able to pick it, this is against Shai Hope. This is against a guy who's got 5,000 ODI runs in the same amount of time as Virat Kohli and Sir Vivian Richards. This is a proper player.
Left-handed Hetmeyer's forward in defence. Little applause there for the defensive shot from Hetmeyer. I mean, pressure on him as well. We seem to be saying the same thing with him. Apart from when he's playing in the IPL, Jared was showing me some astonishing numbers from him. Full and driven by Hetmeyer. There's consistency to Hetmeyer's game in the months of March, April and May. I think it's safe to say.
I think there's consistency in his game, full stop. They're just different types of consistency in March, April and May. There's no doubt, Jared, that this boy is supremely talented. He's got everything you want as a batter. You know, he can play both sides of the wicket. He can hit the power shot. He has the game. It just possibly the mentality.
It's not even just mentality, is it? There's a lot going on with him off the field, and there has been for a lot of his life. And remember when we were in West Indies and he made those runs, Sam Allard said to me, do you think he'll be a really good test player? And I said, he could easily average between 40 and 45 in test cricket. He's never going to stick around long enough to work on his game to be that. And it's a bit like what John was saying before with the IPL. We know when the IPL's around, he looks like one of the best players in the world. The rest of the year, it doesn't always put in his best performance.
Let's see what kind of a performance he's going to put on here. A good sprawling stop at short mid-wicket from Ren Ahmed, I think. We're going to see some more spin. Yep, Ahmed diving to his right, preventing a single, keeping Hetmeyer on strike. 2 from 4. King at the other end, 28 from 21. He's been watching a lot of cricket for the last few overs. As edge straight to first slip, and Adil Rashid has struck. Moeen Ali with the grab, and Hetmeyer's innings once again has come to an end very swiftly. He's gone for 2, and the West Indies lose another here on TalkSport 2.
That was definitely out the front of the hand, and it was a lot quicker, and Hetmeyer's feet were stuck in concrete either side of the pop-in crease. Adil Rashid knows that. He just pushed it a little bit quicker, but pushed it a little bit wider. Gone with the drift, and Hetmeyer's hands came forward, but unfortunately his feet and his body didn't go with them, and he's just... it was like a slip fielding catch. He just guided it, and it's gone quickly to Moeen Ali. Excellent catch at slip. The West Indies now, their captain walks out, he's doing some stretches, cap on, adjusts his equipment, and his team are in big trouble at 54 for 4. 8.2 overs gone in this game, with spin looking as though it's really, really dangerous on this surface.
Just to add something to what Josh Butler said at the toss, Moeen Ali was coming in because of the left-handers, to bowl to left-handers. Adil Rashid's now got both the left-handers that they were worried about out. And if you have a look of the last few years, he's been averaging 19 against left-handers and 26 against right-handers. So that wrong-un is really working for him. That wasn't the wrong-un there. And in fact, neither of the wickets were the wrong-un today. The other one was a leg spinner, and that was the one out the front of the hand. But I think Adil Rashid, especially in T20 cricket, as a woman holds a fake baby in the stands. Sorry, completely put me off. It was such a weird image. I believe they're called dolls. I think he's just become a really good bowler to left-handers in T20 cricket.
Rovman Powell, the West Indies skipper, is beaten by a ball that gripped on middle and off and turned away from the right-handed Powell, striking him high up on the pad. That's a horrible ball to get first up.
He's putting on an exhibition as Adil Rashid. He's showing his class, 2 from 2 of 1.3. These West Indian batsmen have to be very watchful.
It's very often the follow-up ball, though, after that big turning one. And this is a touch straighter. It doesn't get the line right, though, and it's clipped away. Powell gets off strike and off the mark with a single.
West Indies lost 4 for 11 in 17 balls as well. That's not good.
No, it isn't, but they still have players at the crease that you'd back to score, and I suppose this is kind of the difference with the West Indies and England at the moment, as Powell, who didn't get off the mark to that last delivery, is forward and punches this wide of mid-off for a single. 55 for 4 then, West Indies. You're listening to TalkSport 2, and we're just seeing that was a smart catch by Ali, wasn't it? It did go to him pretty speedily.
Went quickly, but his hands were down and then they were up, and then he managed to take them hands down.
Tossed up and driven, fielded well. Not sure if that's still Ahmed at extra cover. Either way, that's the end of another good over for England. 1 run coming from it, and the wicket of Shimron Hetmeyer. Brandon King and Rovman Powell at the crease. 9 overs in the score. West Indies 55 for 4.
Great start from England now. That power play possibly the West Indies thinking we might be a little bit behind, possibly 1 over behind when it comes to the numbers from them first 6 overs, and that's possibly why Nicholas Pooran played the shot he did. Shai Hope was absolutely bamboozled by her beauty, and the same with Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer was done by an excellent bit of bowling, not just the wicket taking ball, but the balls around that to put him under pressure. He's faced 5 balls, 3 of them top spinners that went on with her hand, and then that little bit quicker. And then even Powell, when he first came in, took the pace off it, did Rashid.
Second over for Rayan Ahmed, and Powell is really chasing at a delivery, playing it defensively as well. Would have got him in all sorts of trouble. And left leg pointing to square leg by the end, and the bat following the ball. This is a better looking shot from Powell. He's forward and just pushes this up to mid-on for a single. He moves to 2, the score 56 for 4. This is good from England. Just wondering whether we're going to see Tamal Mills bowl today. England have come in essentially, if spin is working for them, and it has done so far. They've got Livingston and Jacks, Ahmed, Ali and Rashid, and Rayan Ahmed has just been hit back past his head before. King, a little bit too full from Ahmed on that occasion. Brandon King has freed his arms somewhat, back of the hand, and he's gone for 4.
Yeah, he's gone for the wrong one. He's just got a little bit long in his length, and that's what Brendan King was waiting for, and he dispatched him down the ground.
Full again, beaten. Oh, what a delivery from Ahmed. Brandon King all round that one, and I think an inside edge past leg stump has saved him. Otherwise that would have been another scalp for Ahmed. Have to see this one again, but King's very lucky to still be there.
King might need to see it for the first time.
Well, it's just ball before, not ball before, but in the over Powell, it's like they're not quite picking it up. They're playing back when they should be forward.
His back is Powell on the pull, no timing, and another run. Livingston at deep mid-wicket, probably about 10 yards in from the boundary. 1 ball left of the 10th over. Windy 62 for 4.
It's like they've decided to play him off the back foot, but I can't really understand what the thinking behind that is.
Forward is King, touch too full, and the line wasn't quite right there from Ahmed. Still, decent over. That 4 aside, 8 coming from it. And we've got a drinks break here. We're at the halfway stage of the innings, and the West Indies have got off to a decent start. Lost 4 wickets at 11 runs, 43 without loss when Myers was dismissed. Hetmeyer, the 4th of those 4 wickets, 54 for that stage, the 63 for 4. We were thinking score of 200. We're not anymore, Holly.
No, we're not anymore. I think if they get anywhere near 150, I think the West Indies will be very, very happy. You've got to remember they've got some power to come. They've got some baton and power to come. Jason Holder got a test double 100 when we were commentating out there in 2019, I think it was, when that one of the longest day in commentary history when he didn't lose a wicket. Was it Shane Dowrich as well? That got 100 and plenty. So Holder's scheduled to come in number 8. He might actually come in next to keep Andre Russell for the last 5 or 6 overs. Akil Hussain can bat. Alzari Joseph can hold a bat. So there are batting to come. West Indies will be looking around about 150 to keep them in the game. England will be looking at trying to bowl them out for 120, especially the way the 2 leg spinners have gone.
And England, of course, don't have a lot of confidence. They may say otherwise. They would sorely love to be able to wrap this one up comfortably and quite quickly. But King and Powell, as you say, they do have batting to come.
But John, this is in truth, this is where England have really, I think, let themselves down in the recent past, 50 over and 20 over, is that they haven't, probably because of the confidence that they're not playing with, but they haven't really grasped the fact that a team are down, right, we're going to go for the throat now, and now we're going to bowl them out for 120. Not worry about the last 3 overs, 4 overs of this game. Not worry about Andre Russell coming in later on and belting it and keeping people's overs. Just take the game by the scruff of the neck and just go and bowl the West Indies out. The West Indies did that to them the other day. Go and bowl the West Indies out. And I think that's possibly where England are from a confidence point of view, where they're just lacking that little bit, because that's what good sides do.
Jared, who would you be looking to for the next few overs? Doing as Harmy said, or is this a good chance just to give Mills an over or two, or do you hold him back? Curran still got 3 overs, of course. I mean, you could continue with spin. Livingston and Jacks could play.
I think against these two, you're probably always going to go with your spinners. That's your best chance of getting wickets. Brandon King, not a very good player of spin, and Robin Powell's got a lot better, but realistically, outside of off spin, he's still not that comfortable against it. Plus, they keep playing really weird shots, so I'd probably go with that for now.
I don't think that we saw a replay of the delivery that King inside edge past his own stump. This is too wide. A run added to the score. It is another over for Rashid. He's picked up 2 wickets and gone for just 4 runs so far from his first 2 overs. We'll have to bowl that one again though. 64 for 4 then. King facing up. This is well wide. And has it been called a wide? I mean, I'm not sure how that hasn't been called a wide. It was a leg break. It pitched wide and then turned even wider, way past the tram line. Huge swing of the bat from King. No contact. Umpires deem that a legal delivery. This is straighter and just clipped away for a single. Shouts of no. Certainly not a second run there.
That was wide. Yeah, that was wide. I just can't get my head round that one.
And it takes on to no one.
Yeah, it does take on to no one. I tell you, from a man who knows what a wide is, that was a wide. It literally pitched in and around the red line, and then it did spin big.
This is on a 4th or 5th stump line, full from Rashid. Single taken. 66 for 4. This is good though. England continuing with the pressure. Will they bowl Rashid out? I mean, they very often do give him 4 off the back, don't they? 4 in the spin. Down the track, and King kind of yorks himself actually. I think Rashid saw him coming and just dragged the ball back a fractional. That's just another single. 67 for 4. It's
interesting watching. Moeen Ali's at slip, and Moeen Ali is gesturing. We can see on our pictures he's gesturing to Brandon King from Adil Rashid. Bowl it a bit wider. Bowl it wider. Getting him for the googly. He's just done it again there for Rothman Powell. Get him across the stumps.
Rashid, this isn't particularly wide. No run. Opens the face of the bat, does Powell. Can't beat backward point.
But that's what he wants him. That's exactly where he wants him, because Rothman Powell is having to defend it towards point, cover point. He wants his body shape going towards and getting his head across towards off stump for the googly or the straight on to come back to then get him LBW.
Last ball of the over. Again, this is really tossed up. Dies on Powell, who takes the ball and adds a run to his score. West Indies' highest total when losing the first 4 wickets for 55 or less. Batting first, 152 for 7 against Pakistan a few years back now, 10 years ago, but I think they'll probably take that right now.
In that over, Adil Rashid bowled 1 ball at 90 kilometres an hour, a couple at 80, 85, and a couple at 70 and 73. So just really mixing up his pace against 2 guys who don't feel particularly comfortable against him to begin with. Also, that straight one he bowled looked like it swung down the leg side, and he did something with his fingers. Did you pick that up, Harmy, at all?
No, it looked as though it did just it came out of his. It didn't come out the front of his hand. He tried to slide it out. Whether he's just his fingers a bit slippy or what, and it just come off the middle finger. But it did look as though it just swung down leg side. But it's interesting that Moeen Ali at slip is trying to get him to push him across the stumps. You can see he's setting him up for the googly. Very heavy-footed, the West Indian batsmen, because they like to plant their feet and big shots. And I think that's what the spin bowlers are doing, taking pace off and saying, if you want to hit it, you're going to have to use your brute force.
Tamar Mills is going to get a bowl, and he is in. Length delivery. Runs his fingers through it, I think. And Rothman Powell is way too early on the shot. 7th match in 13 years for England in the first at T20. So this will be his 8th. And if you're Rothman Powell and West Indies, you're thinking, okay, we have got to capitalise on somebody, and surely it's got to be now. Mills again, left arm round the wicket. Yorker dug out by Powell. Already seeing some variations from Mills, who has been part of the commentary team here on TalkSport 2 over the years. He's a great lad, isn't he? He's certainly a very popular bloke, and obviously you feel for anybody who suffers from injuries, and injuries have certainly got him in the way of playing for England more regularly over the 7 or 8 years that he has done so. Big money move to the IPL a few years back as well. He's in again, and struck on the pads is Powell. This is clearly going down the leg side though, and it's no run.
So both of these batters actually like left arm pace, but I think they would have felt bad if they threw the ball to Liam Livingston at this stage ahead of one of their frontline bowlers, is my guess, especially because he hadn't bowled at all. But Tamil Mills is a really good middle overs bowler. He averages 24, which is way less than what most seamers do. Doesn't go at too many runs per over as well. So I think when he played for Hobart a couple of years ago, I was suggesting that they should move him away from the new ball and just keep him in the middle and almost play him like Plunkett.
Mills again. This is a loopy full toss. It's very, very wide, and Powell is completely deceived by that. He goes hard at the ball, misses it, and that's 4 dot balls at the start of Mills' over.
Yeah, it's a great start. Started off with a slower ball, that back of the hand, which he bowls so well. And he's done it there on that 4th one. Done for Rothman Powell. Like you say, it's so hard when you've got someone who can bowl at excess of 90 miles an hour, and then he bowls the ball at low 70s. It's very difficult.
4 dot balls then. This is a great start by Tamil Mills. Round the wicket now, and this is cracked through the covers, and it's going to beat the fielder on the boundary. Phil Salt can't get round to cut that off. I didn't think he timed that at first, but who needs timing when you can smash it like that?
The sound was ridiculous off the bat. It was an absolute beauty of a shot. It's interesting, you just mentioned there, 2 slow balls at 100 k's, first ball and 4th ball. Second and third ball, 139 kilometres an hour, 141 kilometres an hour from over the wicket, both Yorkers, both full into the block hole out the way. That one around the wicket in the half volley slot.
Who's still round the wicket is Mills. Beaten. Powell prodding at a delivery and lucky not to get the edge. Good comeback from Mills and a decent over as well. 4 from it, 12 overs in, West Indies 72 for 4.
I think if he has any issues, it's that he's quite a smart guy and he tries too many things, because he was bowling beautifully over the wicket. And don't get me wrong, that last ball was unplayable, what he's just bowled there. But the ball before was just kind of a slot ball around the wicket. And you're like, the way you were bowling over, you didn't need to do that. And I think sometimes you watch him and there is just that element of he's overthinking, but he's trying to stay ahead of the batters, which is fine if you're Harry Gurney and you bowl at 130 k's an hour. If you're bowling 150, him and Anrik Nortje have the biggest pace differential between their top pace and their slower ball. So he's got so many natural advantages. I'm not sure he needs to add to that. I mean, Ashwin does it, right? Sometimes you're watching Ashwin, you just bowl 6 offies in a row because you do that really well. You don't need to keep changing around the wicket and changing all these other things. But, it is very much how modern T20 bowling is going.
Rayan Ahmed to bowl his 3rd over. Tossed up, and Brandon King could be about to perish in the way that we've seen 2 times before. No, he's got more on it, and Chris Wokes just watches the ball sail over his head at long off. 6 to the score.
Again, he just got long in that length, and that's what Brandon King's waiting for. And when he hit it, he was happy with that. He knows bat looked like he turned in his hands, but he got a good part of it. Chris Wokes can only see it sail over his head at long off.
6 hitting hasn't been evident in the way that it was in the first T20. What a smart bit of fielding there by Adil Rashid. Really pulling this ball hard and fast to Rashid's left, and he's taken a good grab and thrown the ball back to Joss Buttler behind the stumps. Brandon King will feel like he's missed out. Alistair has got in contact with us via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. He's got a message for you, Jared. This is defended into the covers by King. A member of the crowd is holding a fake baby, in reference to Jared's comments earlier on. Technically correct. Marvellous, says Alistair. I hear the 9 to 5 singer is now changing her name to Fake Baby Parton, which is ridiculous in itself. Driven and a misfield at long off. Wokes it is. just puts his hand up in apology to Rayan Ahmed. That should not have reached the boundary. It was driven again, and Wokes got the old long barrier out, and it's whacked him on his knee and gone behind for 4.
Yeah, he got everything in the right place apart from the hands. The hands were right in front of the knee, and that'll be a sore one, not just for the just above the knee, but the pride as well, because Chris Wokes did all the hard work getting there early, getting down, but unfortunately, it's an interesting field position now for Rayan Ahmed.
Nice little knock from King, who goes big again, and there's no danger of this reaching anything but the top tier. 50 with a 6, an important cameo for West Indies. They're 88 for 4, and this is a expensive over for England.
Yeah, I just mentioned the field position. He's brought a man from the leg side over to the offside. He's got a mid-off and long off down deep on the straight boundary, and where Chris Wokes nearly stopped that ball and kicked it and knocked it over for 4. But this time, ball's a bit straighter. Instead of Brandon King playing outside off stump, he's slog swept it. It was a big hit into the leg side, and I think he's out of the ground. I think they're looking for either a new ball or somebody's on the way to the running track to get the old one. I think it's either bounced off the concrete, or Gregory Brathwaite's just looking at the ball. I'm not actually sure this is the ball they've been using, because I think it's a newer ball, so they might be trying to make it a little bit older. But that was a fantastic strike there by Brandon King. Slog sweep into the stand. Might have actually gone out of it.
We saw 2 monster hits, didn't we, in the first T20? I think there was 103.6 from Myers, I think it was. I'm not sure if you saw that flash up. I'm not sure if they gave a measurement for that one, but that was a big one. And pressure on Rayan Ahmed to get out the over now. He's gone for 16, cut away by King, who's enjoying himself today. Livingston, I think, fields at deep point, and it's 89 for 4 West Indies at the end of the 13th.
So that is King's highest score in his last 10 matches now. He's actually going through a bit of a poor time. He made a 52 in the CPL against Guyana, but recent times, whether it be the ODIs or CPL or even earlier in the series, he's struggled. So just working himself back into form a little bit here. It's been a little bit patchy at times, but he's looked better than I've seen him look for a little while.
I think he had a good score against India, but that was in August in the tour of West Indies and America. Did the CPL go to America when you were at the St. Lucia, whatever they were called back then?
It did. Do you want to know why I didn't go to America?
Visa?
Because the owner of our team was having a fight with the owner of the other team, and so we played them in Jamaica rather than going to Florida.
Hang on, I don't understand why
he refused to go to America because he was an American owner, and he's like, I should be hosting the American games, not you. So we all went to Kingston instead of Florida.
Mills deceiving King first up. 137 kilometres an hour there by Tamar Mills.
Yeah, they've got
good times, Jared.
Yeah, it's what, then they forgot to give me a visa for America when we travelled via there another time. But that's another story of how the owner wasn't very good. But they've got a stadium over in Florida. The CPL's played there a few times. I think they're hosting some World Cup games there as well, and they want to try and host some Major League Cricket there as well. But apparently the Florida stadium's not as good as some of the other American stadiums. And I think New York's about to build a new one as well.
Length delivery from Mills, and fielded inside the circle by Rashid. Just a single. Yeah, I think that India versus Pakistan is going to be played in a temporary stadium holding 30,000.
That's in New York, isn't it?
Yes, it is in New York.
It's not New York, isn't it? Yeah.
Not like Manhattan.
I should know the name of it. I was talking to someone about it.
It's about 30 miles outside of New York. But essentially, I mean, that would be incredible.
No, it's a huge move forward for the game. We just saw all those games being played in Dallas for the Major League Cricket as well.
Yeah, and good crowds as well. Back of the hand again from Mills. Huge swing of the bat from Powell, and he misses that by a good 3 or 4 inches, I think, miles from the ball there.
Yeah, Dallas crowds, New York crowds are pretty good. There'll eventually be a stadium in San Francisco and Houston as well. And obviously Philadelphia. I think Pudsy's putting it together himself, brick by brick. So there's a few coming.
Yeah, we talked about cricket in America for a long, long time, but there does seem to be the investment. And what makes it interesting, and I know it's something that you're very closely knowledgeable about is that the investment isn't just coming from the IPL, is it? It's actually coming from American money, American businessmen, American interest, and that in itself is interesting.
Yeah, they've certainly gone about it a very different way. And everyone owns a chunk of the league. So a lot of these leagues, you end up owning your team, and you might be, with all due respect, in Rajasthan, and it may not be as easy to capitalize on it, whereas this is more the proper American model, right? Of if you could make this league work, you can be the Green Bay Packers of Major League Cricket. And there is actually a weird place that you might know of Harmy. It's called Morrisville, I think, where there's like a weird hub of cricket, and they have like 5,000 people turn up to all their games, so that we could end up having a weird little Green Bay of Major League Cricket.
That's Liam Plunkett. When you speak to Liam's passionate about that, and he has mentioned that. We had on the Cricket Collective just before the Major League Cricket this summer, we had I think it was the San Francisco owner. He's a big player, he's worth a hell of a lot of money. I think born India, but made all his money in Silicon Valley, and he was brilliant. What a interesting conversation that was for 15 minutes about how much they were willing to put in, how much they were willing to lose in the first 4 or 5 years to get it off the ground, to then make sure that cricket in the US was marketable and it had longevity. And coming off that interview and talking to the owner, you got the sense that this guy knows what he's doing when it comes to business, and this guy knows what he's doing putting things together. And I felt confident that with his enthusiasm, with like Liam Plunkett and people like that out there who are driving it forward, that cricket in the US this time I think has got a lot of mileage in it.
Yeah, I mean, having said all that, it almost still didn't go ahead the first tournament. So, but they've got minor leagues out there as well. They've got all these opens as well. Chris Lamont, who's a Jamaican cricketer, called me yesterday to tell me he was playing in the US Open for the Tampa Bay team. Couldn't even remember the nickname of them, but I'm sure he's going well there. It's just remarkable how many opportunities there are for cricketers out there at the moment.
You haven't missed any of the action, just had a boot change. Full delivery from Mills, and the boots that might want to be thrown in the bin, because this one has just been slashed to the point boundary, 94 for 4.
Yeah, that's just width. That's just pure and utter width. Gone for Pearce on it. This time over the wicket to Rothman Powell, not trying to tuck him up, and it's just gone on with the angle. Pearce on the ball, that much width is only going to end up in one place, and that was to the boundary. So trouble with the footmarks, trouble with the boots, but also trouble with the line from Tamal Mills.
Decent little partnership building for West Indies. King's gone past 50 and Powell now into double figures as Mills is in round the wicket, and this is hauled up into the sky and down just over the boundary, and the 100 has been reached with a maximum. West Indies 100 for 4 in the 14th over.
Well, he put absolutely everything behind this shot. He just leant back, got up and underneath it. It's got some serious airtime, but it also had the distance, and he's gone for 6. So 4 and 6, 4th ball, 5th ball, 10 off the last 2. Tamal Mills under pressure and has to try and get out this over.
Yeah, we did have a lengthy delay there, didn't we? We've got the stop clock in operation. So does that mean that England have had one warning? That's what we'll just have to find out.
That was mid-over.
Oh, so it's only there's a length delivery, and this will be another run from the bat of Rothman Powell. So 20 up and an expensive over. 12 runs up from it. So and the score 101 for 4 after 14 overs.
The other thing that was really noticeable is that Tamal Mills kept the umpire informed the whole time. It wasn't one of those things where the bowler just walks off and the umpire's like, what's happening? He was very clear, showing, I think he showed her the shoe and said, look, it's broken, I need another one. Which is, that's more than fair.
Interesting on that, just that last shot. That's about the 3rd or the 4th time now. The ball's gone straight down the ground, and it's just cleared the rope. And the size of the boundaries, the way these West Indian players hit it, the big players, the big bats. They tend to, if you hit them cleanly, they go miles over the rope. I think from that, I'm deterring that the surface is not coming onto the bat as much as what a batter would want. There's not as much pace in it. The ball's sitting into the surface, so I think that's why we're seeing the ball just get, you know, either over the 30-yard circle or not quite hitting it cleanly, and that worries me a little bit for England, because I don't think England are anywhere near as powerful as the West Indies when it comes to ball striking.
Tamil Mills has walked off the field as well, so we did have a change of boots mid-over. Just hope that there's nothing more serious than that. But Mills off the pitch, and Adil Rashid is back to bowl his 4th over. Powell 20, facing up, and he goes big again and misses again. Adil Rashid has got the old double teapot on the go. I mean, that ball could have gone anywhere. Inside edge onto stumps. You'd have to say Buttler would have done well to have caught anything if it had taken an edge. Such was the power in which Powell went for the shot. Dot ball though in the book as Rashid is in, and it's almost beats Powell for a little bit of pace. 1 run taken, 102 for 4 here on TalkSport 2. England winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, reducing Windies to 54 for 4 at one stage. Wickets for Rayan Ahmed, Adil Rashid, but a decent partnership. Brandon King's gone past 50 with a 6. He's 54 from 36, and the skipper going at a runner ball 21. All looks very relaxed on the West Indies dressing room. Turn away from King, big swing of the bat and no connection. Rashid just 3 balls left of his 4. He's picked up 2 wickets. England's most successful bowler in the format, of course. Slip in place, and another run taken from King. Fielder having to run in quickly. It's Brook, just a single. This is good stuff.
It is good stuff, but again, a worry and concern of the tactics and Jos Buttler and leadership and qualities of captaincy. When you look at it, Riyad Ahmed had bowled 2, Rashid had bowled 2. We were in the 9th over when Hetmeyer was out, 54 for 4, and then all of a sudden takes one of the spinners out, and then all of a sudden the partnership builds.
Down the leg side, and Powell will take a single for sure, running in from the boundary's edge. And the England fielder there.
And as opposed to, well, keeping Rayan Ahmed on, bowling Adil Rashid out and bowling Rayan Ahmed on, pushing the pressure back. You've got Liam Livingston. Moeen Ali bowled the first couple of overs. You've still got Will Jacks. It's a case of, well, we've picked him on Mills, so we have to bowl him. No, you don't.
Last ball of the over, and it's defended by King. So good stuff from Rashid, who's bowled out now, picking up 2 for 11 from his 4 overs. Just 3 singles from there. 15 overs in, with a decent partnership on the go for West Indies. Tubes, where do you think Windies are looking at here?
Yeah, they said, like Harmy said, if they get to 150, I think they'll be happy with that. They put a good partnership together with King and Powell. And I agree with Harmy. I think, you know, when you've got them down, you need to do the juggler, just keep your bowlers on those spinners on. But this is the thing, when you have a lot of bowlers, it's like, oh, we need to try and bowl them. I suppose, you know, are they using this as a bit of a trial for some or whatever, you know, big tournament coming up next year. But I just think you got to, you know, play the situation and play the game. And I just think we had them down. You could have played some, you know, as you said, you've got Jacks, you've got Livingston to come on. You could have given them an opportunity.
Well, Sam Curran's coming back into the contest, and I'm pleased to say so. Stacey and King, but first up it's Nikhil Atimchandani.
Thank you very much, and welcome in to all of our listeners. Spice Isle here in Grenada, the National Cricket Stadium, which in the past has been very high scoring. Highest scoring venue in the region in terms of the run rate. It's been close to 9 and over, and then average first inning score has been 173. West Indies, I heard you guys mentioning what they'd be looking for. 150 would be really competitive from here, you think. However, it's a bowling attack without Romario Shepherd, who's bowled well on these slower pitches, and also they have that extra spin option. So I wonder if they may be thinking 160, maybe even 170 with Rodman Powell at the crease, run a ball 22 and a well set Brandon King. Here's Sam Curran, and to this delivery goes pace off, but Rodman Powell is trying to pull it, comes off the inside edge and goes to the boundary for 4. No deep fine leg. Hello Stacey and King.
Hello Mikel, hello everyone. Yeah, fortuitous. A full length delivery from Sam Curran and just gets the edge. Rodman Powell, I beg your pardon. Misses the stumps.
Yeah, this is a tactic we saw England use to Powell, going pace off outside that off stump. Here's another delivery, this time much shorter, and Powell somehow shovels it through that extra cover region all the way for 6. Mid-off was up in the circle, so interesting that Curran went short and wide, and Powell maneuvers it well for all the way for a maximum.
I almost swatted that delivery because it was really short from Sam Curran. Yeah, you mentioned he got 6 runs from it, but these last few overs have gone for quite a lot of runs. Starting from Ryan Ahmed with 17, then Mills with 12.
Joss Butler has a run down to Curran just to have a chat about the plans. He brings deep point into the circle and he's going to send deep long off now to the boundary, similar area. And it's really good from Rodman Powell in terms of getting the ball in that area for that maximum. There was no long off. Somehow was able to hit a shorter length delivery, flat batted over his head. How does he go this time? Back of the hand, and Powell, wow, disdainfully pulls it into the stands. That is huge. 4-6-6.
A ridiculous ball striking here from Rodman Powell. A back of the arm delivery. And pulling against the breeze as well. Wow. What a strike.
Really is sensational ball striking. Rodman Powell as captain has been something spectacular for the West Indies this year. He mentioned in that last game that he tries not to think about the captaincy because he doesn't want to put extra pressure on himself, but whatever he's doing, it has worked so well. Here's Curran again, this time very wide, pace on, but it's too wide and you have to reball that. It's now Stacey and King, 17 runs from the first 4 deliveries.
Yeah, pressure on, pressure placed back on England. They've done really well just outside of the power play, picking up those 4 wickets, but haven't been able to pick up a wicket since then.
Correction, 3 deliveries with that wide. So Curran is under some pressure here, still around the wicket. This time full in the slot. And wow, commanding stroke from Powell over long off. Similar area to the second one. And it goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, monstrous from Rodman Powell. He's so strong on the offside. He's so strong on the leg. Where do you bowl to him? Literally, that's what Sam Curran is thinking. But this is an expensive over. And I don't think Rodman Powell is going to play any different. He knows that he's already gotten in the confidence or gotten in the head of Sam Curran with those strikes. I think he's going to continue.
3 sixes, a 4 and a wide from the over. Curran has been under the pump. Here he is in discussion with Moeen Ali. Field stays the same. Long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket, backward square and deep point. So 3 deep leg side, probably for that pace off option into the pitch, but has to be very straight. He's gone full both times and he's been massacred back over his head for 6. And where does he go now? Rodman Powell as the leader of this West Indies team. This is some recovery. We're only 1 over into the last 5 overs. Here's Curran around the wicket, wide, full, straight, and Rodman Powell says thank you very much. Mammoth. This is serious ball striking. 4 sixes in the over. Rodman Powell brings up 50 in just 27 deliveries. What an innings for the West Indies captain. It is his 5th international 50 in this format to go with 100.
Yeah, just ridiculous ball striking from Rodman Powell. He can almost do no wrong. Has picked up the line and those short lengths, shorter and fuller lengths from Sam Curran, and he's just been punishing everything. game changer innings from the captain.
Just to remind the viewers, Powell against the leg spinners started very watchfully, very cautiously. He was 9 from his first 16 deliveries. He's now 50 from 27. He scored 41 runs off his last 11 deliveries, and he struck Sam Curran for 4 sixes and a boundary in this 16th over. This is the power of the West Indies, reminiscent of that 2016 World Cup winning side we saw. Still Russell, still Jason Holder to come in that hutch. Here is Curran, final delivery of the over. It's short and wide. Curran can't believe it. Went pace off, slower bouncer, but in the end given wide, more pressure.
He just wants this over to be over with, to be honest. I'm sure all England fans as well. He's done well previously, Sam Curran. His first over went for 8. You want to forget this over as soon as possible. Just get it over with.
Brandon King deserves immense credit at the non-strikers end as well for the responsibility he's played with in this innings. Curran, full again, looking for the Yorker, misses, but so does Powell, and it is a superb catch by Harry Brook, running to his left at long on. He runs around, dives and takes it, and in the end it works out for England, but the damage has been done. What a sensational innings from Captain Robin Powell. 50 from 28, ends the 16th over, 1-3-4 for 5, live on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, real effort delivery. Tried to flick that delivery, Robin Powell, and didn't quite get enough on it, get a hold on it. It was a brilliant catch by Brook in the deep. Diving effort, but Robin Powell, he goes for 50 from 28. West Indies 1-3-4 for 5. Breaking that partnership was important, but as you mentioned, has the damage already been done?
Well, if you're an England fan, it doesn't get quite easier as Andrew Russell comes to the middle. Now, what does Jos Buttler do here? Because the seamers have really gone the distance. Andrew Russell's strike rate 157. He got that 14 ball 29 in a match-winning effort in that first T20 international. Here he is again with 4 overs to go. That last over conceding 30, and there's big discussions out in the middle. Moeen Ali, Jos Buttler and Ryan Ahmed all in discussions, and it looks to be Ahmed who will bowl his 4th and final. Excellent diving catch though from Harry Brook. Finally Sam Curran, as you say, consolation prize, but Harry Brook with his athleticism has been stunning in the outfield these last couple of years for England. Here's Ahmed, first delivery to Brandon King, the right-hander, and King is on the back foot, pulling this one straight enough. It starts with a boundary. King has taken a liking to Ryan Ahmed in these last couple of overs.
Yeah, he's played him quite well, Brandon King. He's played his innings quite well in terms of just how he's been able to apply himself. The pitch has been tricky, a lot of uncertainty from other batters, Shane Hope, Shamron Hetmyer, Nicholas Pooran, but he's done well.
10 sixes for the West Indies to go with 11 fours. King down the ground, down the trap, and hits this one, places it through extra cover. There was a deep fielder, but he does well enough to get it to the left of that man at deep cover. Brings up yet another boundary. Great start to the over with 2 fours.
And he's been a bit expensive, Ryan Ahmed. I know he doesn't mind batters coming at him because he tends to pick up wickets that way, but he's going for a few boundaries too many.
Length has been very full. This time though is short. King steps across his stumps, trying to cut but misses, and because he's taken a step outside that off stump, it's not given wide. So 2 fours and a dot. Good comeback from Ryan Ahmed, who pulls back the length. He's got 3 fielders square offside in the circle. This time short again. King is pulling and gets it somehow in the gap. There was a deep mid wicket and deep long on, but Brandon King is able to pull it precisely enough to split those 2 fielders.
Important innings from Brandon King. Just the power that he pulled that delivery with. Pulled from the off as well, from King into the leg side. Moves on to 67 from 43.
Just remember, folks, this West Indies team were 63 for 4 after 10. We saw a similar thing with England's innings in that first T20 international. Here's King, This is a short delivery. He's played that slog sweep so well today. Too short from Ryan Ahmed, who's been deposited into the leg side. The fans are on their feet. What a show they've been treated to today in Grenada.
Yeah, definitely the Brandon King show. Rodman Powell did this to Sam Curran a few overs ago, just took charge and kept hitting boundaries, kept moving around the crease as well. Brandon King going more to his offside this time around and pulling into the leg side. Sam getting the maximum 6. An expensive over here from Ryan Ahmed.
This will be some learnings for the 19-year-old. He's played a lot of T20 cricket in the 100 for England international cricket, but rarely would come across a team as powerful as this West Indies side. Final delivery of the over. He goes much straighter to King, who's looking to pull again, but pulls it straight to Ryan Ahmed. Anticlimactic way to end the over. Nonetheless, though, the West Indies get 18 from the 17th over. 152 for 5 live on Talk Sport 2. Ryan Ahmed 1 for 47 in his 4 overs. Stacey and King.
They're going for a lot more this time around. Ryan Ahmed bowled 3 for 39, career best in the first T20. Today going for a lot more runs. I'd like to see what his googly percentage was today compared to other days. Just to see if he used those variations whilst being under pressure. Because you need to think on your feet, you need to think quicker.
Well, Tamal Mills will come back into the attack, and it is a change of ends for him. His 2 overs have gone for 16 runs, and this is an area of his game where he tends to be very strong in. Back end of the innings, took a lot of wickets in the 100 for the Southern Brave in the last 5 overs. He took the most wickets in that tournament. This is a chance to show his pedigree against Andre Russell, who's yet to face the delivery. Here's Mills around the wicket, goes to that back of the hand store delivery, deceives Russell, comes off the pad, trickles into the onside, and they get through for the single. It brings King back on strike.
And something we saw from Mills is just his use of over the wicket, around the wicket, the cutters that he's been bowling, back of the arm deliveries. Yeah, good variations for left-handed bowler.
What an innings this has been from Brandon King. Just so much responsibility. Very selective. Another slow delivery. It deceives Brandon King, who's looking to pull. Ends up almost pulling out of the stroke halfway, and it spoons into the onside but doesn't carry to any fielder. So just 2 runs from the first 2 deliveries. Good start for Mills.
Yeah, I think he committed to it but understood that the fielders are out, right out on the boundary, so sort of just pushed it into that leg side region.
It hasn't been the easiest tours or journeys to the Caribbean for Tamal Mills. Was very expensive last year in that 5-match series. He started expensively in this series. This delivery though is a good one. Pace on, surprises Andre Russell. It goes past the outside edge, 141 kilometers per hour. Russell wasn't expecting that.
So you just wonder how many deliveries would it take Andre Russell to get in and decide to attack. This was a good delivery from Mills, just held its line, good pace on, good carry, good bounce.
Mills at the top of his mark. Deep long on, deep long off, deep cover. Mid-wicket, backwards square, 5 outside the circle. Here's Mills from around the wicket. Another slow delivery, which Russell predicts. But he still does not have enough power on it to go past Liam Livingston. It's just down to deep mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, just spoke about the selective nature of Brandon King in this innings, Stacey and King. Power play, he struck at just under 140. Then, in the middle overs, 30 runs from 21 deliveries. And now we've seen the attack that he's elevated to since we've passed that 15th over. 48 runs from the 2 overs before this one. And we thought at one stage 150 would be competitive. Now 180 is on the cards, and it just tells you all you need to know about this batting lineup. Here's Mills around the wicket to the right-hander. Another slow delivery. And these have been well executed. Brandon King looking to pull, doesn't get enough on it. Just one to at long on.
Yeah, he's been exceptional, Brandon King, in this inning. 75 from 47. I think he's read the pitch and the conditions quite well. He had a look earlier before the match started. He was out there with his bat, asking the ground staff just bow the conditions. So probably insightful information.
Saw this really good start from England in the last game with bat in hand, then lost away in the second 10. It's been similar with ball today, as Russell, had he connected with that pull shot, probably would have disappeared out the stadium, but in the end misses, and it's an excellent over from Tamal Mills. The 18th just goes for 4 runs. It's 156 for 5 live on TalkSport 2. So Brandon King leading the charge, 75 from 47. Mears was dismissed by Chris Wokes for 17. Curran 5, Hope 1, Hetmeyer 2. That could be a bit of concern for the West Indies. We'll see whether they go to maybe Sherfin Rutherford going forward in this series in place of Hetmeyer, who's had a few low scores, both the One International and T20 International formats. Robman Powell with a superb 50. Now Brandon King and Russell trying to get the West Indies to something competitive. Who would have thought? 2 overs to go, 12 legal deliveries remaining, and 180 could be on the cards the way that they've struck the ball. And food for thought for Jos Buttler in terms of still trying to experiment and test new theories. Didn't see too much of Sam Curran today in the power play, which was a rarity. Now he goes back to Chris Wokes, who's bowled a good 3 overs, 1 for 25. Haven't seen Wokes since that power play. Both 3 up front. Here he is now, 2. Brandon King, who's advancing down the track, comes off the bottom of the bat though and goes down to long on. The seamers have pulled things back nicely after Rayan Ahmed went for 18 in that 17th over. This has been a good partnership from King and Powell. And Brandon King will be looking to really propel himself. He doesn't have a T20 International 100. This is the perfect launching platform to get one today. It's been a stellar, not the way that he's just battled. He had lost 4 wickets for just 11 runs, King and the West Indies, so he would have seen that from one end. And what does Wokes want for Russell? He's got 3 deep offside. Maybe full and wide is a plan. Teams have gone pace off to Russell as well. Cow corner, long on are the 2 deep leg side. Here's Wokes past the umpire. Pace off it is, but Russell connects, and when he connects it goes a long, long way. That has gone probably close to 100 meters in that leg side. Cow corner region. 160 is up for the West Indies, and with that we send it back to England, where that ball may have gone as well.
Good match, Nikhil. What a hit. I mean, there's cows grazing on the pasture just behind the stadium, and that may have just landed in the paddock. Who needs timing when you've got guns like that? I don't know why I'm looking at Harmy, but you do look pretty slimmed down, mate.
Yeah, slimmed down, but there's still the noodle arms are still there. Bingo wings, they're still there. Yeah, power's unbelievable in these West Indian batters.
163 for 5. Russell again, full toss, and Wokes fortunate really. Fielded at point. So West Indies have really turned this around, and I suppose, when it comes to the World Cup, you're going to look back at moments in games, and it's when you're up against it and it seems like you're in a little bit of a hole. It's how you get out of those pressurised moments, and certainly West Indies have done that. 54 for 4. Good partnership between Powell and King. King's still there, facing. He goes big. He's fortunate. Thick inside edge onto his ankle or his boot, and that doesn't go too far from off stump as well. So good comeback from Chris Wokes.
Yeah, good comeback from Chris Wokes, but I think what you mentioned in there, John, it comes down to decision making as well, and I think that has got to be questioned. I know there's 1 or 2 questioned Jos Buttler's decision making, but at the end of the 11th over, West Indies were 68 for 4. Rayan Ahmed had bowled 2, Adil Rashid had bowled 3. We were asking for them to go for the jugular, go for the match.
Wokes again down the track. It is King, no timing though, just a single. 165 for 5.
And good teams bowl, even in 2020 cricket, good teams, when they've got them by the throat, they bowl them out. look to bowl them out. We were sitting here going 150 is not a bad score for the West Indies. England should be looking to bowl the West Indies out for 120. 68 for 4 after 11 overs, and they changed the bowl and brought Tamal Mills on, and we're now sitting one ball short of the 19th over, and it's 165 for 5. That can't blame Butler for the way they've bowled.
Works again. This is wide, and a big swing of the bat from Russell. May feel a little aggrieved that that wasn't called a wide, but it wasn't, so 1 over remaining. 165 for 5 at teams and toss. Samuel Badri made the point that England had only hit 6 sixes in that first T20. Well, Rodman Powell hit 5 today. King's still there, he's hit 5 as well.
Yeah, King's batted beautifully, and Rodman Powell, sure, he's, you know, the way he was probably working the overs out and who was going to bowl and how they were going to. Still going to have to bring a seamer back eventually. They have to bring Sam Curran back. Chris Woakes had bowled his 4. Mills was bowling at the other end, so we're waiting. He's waiting on Sam Curran's over, and boy, did he cash in 4 sixes in that over.
19 runs from Mills, 3 overs. He's going to bowl the 20th, and this is driven brilliantly so by King. A touch over pitch. There's a fraction of width, and King has picked his spot, smashing this ball over extra cover for a 4. He moves to 81. Jared, you were saying that Mills' figures really stack up in the middle. What about at the end?
Yeah, he's struggled the last couple of years at the end. He's very good right at the end, if that makes sense. And it's a bit weird to say that, but when people are really trying to hit him for 6, he's very hard to hit for 6. But the problem with Mills has always been that you can milk him at other points, and quite often that's what teams have started doing at the death.
Round the wicket now. This is on a length, slow delivery. One hand off the bat from King, who's on the pull too early. And good comeback there. 170 for 5, Windies. 4 balls remaining in the innings.
You see that trend sometimes now of Tim Southey is like the opposite of that. So Tim Southey, when you're trying to hit him for 6 at the end of games, everyone hits him for 6, but he's very good in the death up until that point. So there's even patterns within the patterns these days.
Are you saying, when you say at the end of the, are you saying over number 20?
Yeah, 19 and 20,
19
he's really
and 20.
good, yeah. Just before that, it's not as good.
Russell, player of the match in the first T20, readies himself and tries to heave this delivery. But again, pace off from Mills, and no connection from the bat onto the ball. 3 balls remaining, 170 for 5.
Yeah, good variation from Mills. His seam was right behind him. I think it's the pitch, actually, watching that again. He's right behind it, so it is a quicker ball, but there was just a disturbance of the surface there. It was a touch wider. Russell's trying to hit it onto the leg side. He's Norman Gifford, my former coach, used to say to me, you can't hit the ball if you're not looking at it.
Mills again. Looks like it's a back of the hand slower delivery, and Russell has modified his shot. He's almost skipped and really bludgeoned this ball up over the covers for 6. Incredible shot from Andre Russell.
Oh my word, it does. He's off his feet as well. Off his feet, does a forward roly-poly, and that's before the ball left the 30-yard circle, never mind getting it 10 rows back. That was extraordinary hitting. When people say bowlers bowl off the wrong foot, the action, when you see the action and the bowler bowls off the wrong foot, that was Andre Russell hitting the ball, and when he made contact, he was nearly left-handed.
He's bowled a mixture of deliveries, has Tamal Mills, and finally gets some rewards. Russell again going for the big shot. He's deceived by this beaut of a delivery from Mills. Leg stump knocked, and that is a wicket when England needed it. In the final over, Russell goes and England strike.
Yeah, good wicket for Tamal Mills. The difference between there, he completely deceived Andre Russell the ball before, but because the width that was on offer, Russell could just adjust himself and then use his brute force to hit for 6. That one there, it was a lot shorter of length, probably pitching on off stump, just bounced a touch, but because there was no room on offer, it cramped Russell for room. He completely missed it. Fresh head shot, hit the top of leg stump, and fair play to Tamal Mills for holding his nerve and going with the slower ball, because he could easily have gone for the fuller Yorker, could easily have gone for try and cramp him, because he'd been already hit for 6 in this over, just shows you the nerve that he has, and the skill sets that Mills has got at the end, and his ability to hold his nerve.
Well done, Tamar Mills. And West Indies, who might have been eyeing a score around, 185, 186. Jason Holder to face the final ball of the 20. Mills is in, and Jason Holder dreamily smashes the ball straight to Liam Livingston on the deep mid-wicket boundary. 2 and 2 for Mills. That wraps things up for England and the West Indies, who have posted 176 for 7 in their 20. And I'd say, Harmy, game on.
Game on, definitely game on. I thought that was in the slot perfectly for Jason Holden. I think that tells you the point I was trying to make a little bit earlier, that is, in this surface, I don't think it's coming onto the bat, and it is true as what the usual Grenada 2020 wicket is from a par score point of view. They say this is one of the best, the most lucrative places to play when it comes to run scoring. I think England have bowled really well apart from that sort of brain fade of 4 overs in the middle. I want to blame the bowlers because of some of the decisions they made and angles they used, but I want to blame Josh Butler as well, because I think his tactics got it wrong there in the middle when he went to the seamers. He didn't need to go to Mills when he did go to Mills after 11 overs. The spinners had the game by the scruff of the neck. They had the game in their hand for England, and unfortunately for England, they let them off the hook, and that is possibly been doing a disservice to the West Indian captain, because Rothman Powell 50 off 28 balls, 3 4s and 5 6s, and a brilliant innings, because there was carnage all around him. Myers, Puran, Hope, Hetmeyer all gone for low scores, but Brandon King, he's carried his bat for 82 off 52 balls, and he was magnificent in this game. 176 is a total I don't think England will fear, but a one that's on the board, and England aren't the most, I would say, confident side in this at this moment in time. They've got to have, for me, a very, very good power play.
It's been a topsy-turvy T20. You don't often get that, do you? West Indies asked to bat first, put on 43 for the first wicket before Carl Mayers was the first to go. Deceived, going for a big shot by Chris Wokes at 43 for 1. And that was the period that Harmy was talking about, where England really got themselves onto the front foot. Nicholas Puran sliced a delivery into the air. He went for 5. Shea Hope deceived by a beautiful delivery from Rayan Ahmed. He was bowled for just 1. And when Shimron Hetmeyer edged to Moeen Ali at first slip, good catch as well, went quickly. England really, you felt in control for perhaps the first time in quite some time. It wasn't to be, though. A partnership of 80 between Rothman Powell, who hit 50 from 28, and Brandon King, who was still there at the end, 82 not out from 52 deliveries. 10 sixes for both of them, and they really got West Indies back to a position of real strength. They left a little late, 15 over stage, 104 for 4, but they've hit 72 from the final 5 overs, despite those 2 wickets and 2 balls from Tamar Mills at the back end of the innings. Really good batting from Brandon King. I'd say that's a worrying looking scorecard, though, although the West Indies don't possess the amount of spinners that England did or do within their lineup. 6 spinning options, only 4 taken, and it's the spinners that really impressed. Moeen Ali, who bowled 2 overs in the power play, going for just 15 runs. Adil Rashid, once again, head and shoulders above the rest. 2 for 11 from his 4. And Rayan Ahmed as well. An expensive over, but also showed some of the skills that shows why he's in the side. 1 for 47 from his 4. The pacemen, a little bit of a mixed bag, really. Wokes was good. 1 for 34 from his 4, and he bowled in the power play. 3 overs actually in the power play as well. Tamar Mills, who wasn't introduced until the 12th over, was bowled out. 2 for 30 from him, despite some running repairs to his boots at the midway point of his second or third over. Sam Curran, though, expensive again. 2 overs. He did pick up a wicket, but he conceded 38 runs. So a little bit of a mixed bag there, and a mixed bag from the West Indies as well. Certainly looks like we could be set for something pretty intriguing here on TalkSport 2. Tudes, your thoughts on the innings as a whole? We should start though with Brandon Kim, unbeaten on 82, and whilst all was going a little bit crazy at one end, he stuck with his game plan and he was still there at the end, and that was a big innings.
Yeah, big innings for him, big innings for the West Indies. As you said, that sort of halfway, we was thinking if they get to 150 they'll be happy with that. But we let them off the, we let them off, England let them off the latch a little bit, really, you know, as Harmy sort of was going on about, you know, once you've got a team down you want to press the stay on button, and we just sort of let them off a little bit by turning to seam, and that's what the West Indian players like, and they just started to dispatch it to all parts of this Grenada wicket. And you just feel, you know, 170, as you said, I don't think England will fear it, but it's a lot more than they would have expected when they first started. As Harmy was saying, you know, off 6 they were 48 for 1, off 10 they were 63 for 4, and they've launched onto 170 odd. It's a really good innings, show good power. He played really well, and he just looked for it in his half, really, and when it's in his half he threw the kitchen sink at it. As you said, he's always learning and always trying to get experience about facing spin, and good spin. Adil Rashid was outstanding today, and he just showed his class. He went through his repertoire. He sort of put on a little bit of an exhibition, but he just didn't have that backup at the other end, and they were leaking runs really and leaking boundaries, and West Indies will really be happy with their total.
Last year, 5-match series, as is this one, all played in Bridgetown. Unlike this one, went back and forth. West Indies won the first, third and fifth, England the second and fourth. England, the work is cut out, Jared Kimber. At the halfway stage you thought, okay, we might have a sensible game of cricket here, but it's not to be. West Indies aren't over the hill, but certainly 177 needed, a pitch that's giving a little to the bowlers, and of course this isn't a team playing with a lot of confidence.
So at the start of that innings, the Intelligent Cricket run predictor, which is I think one of the more accurate ones out there, had them the West Indies scoring 178. I think we all thought the pitch wasn't quite as good as normal, so for them to get to essentially that total anyway does show you that I think they batted a little bit better, and at one stage it was, I think they were predicted to make 145 when they lost those 4 quick wickets. It still though has England as slight favourites, but although, you know, I don't know if win predictors have been watching much cricket recently, and I don't know if it's got vibes in it, John.
I tell you who does have vibes in it, Nikhil Uttam-Chandani, who we can cross to now, who will pick up the first 5 overs of commentary here on TalkSport 2. Okay, we'll
in Chris Woke's first over, it took him
we'll put Nikhil's microphone on in a second, but while we wait for that, it's, well, I suppose has settled an opening partnership as we've seen from England in a while, certainly since the Jason Roy days, but I have been told the mic is on and Nikhil is ready to go.
They're ready indeed for what should be quite an exciting run chase. When you look at this surface, it's always been a high-scoring one. Remember, guys, England scored 418 on this ground back in 2019 in a one-day international. Akil Hossain will take up the bowling with that new ball. They've got an extra spin option in Gudakesh Moti today, the West Indies, and they've got a very competitive 177 to defend. Here's Hossain from around the wicket to Phil Salt. Left arm spin to Salt has always been a problem and comes off the leading edge. Salt wasn't too sure about it as he looked to work it into the onside, and fortunately for him, no one gets under it. That could have been a big setback for England had there been a wicket there. Nonetheless, Salt survives, and here's Samuel Badru.
Hello Nikhil, hello everyone. Yes, a really good final 10 overs from the West Indies. So they finished well, they wanted to start well now with the ball. Akil Hossain around the wicket again on the line of the leg stump, angling further down. Salt just works it across to that vacant mid-wicket region, picks up a single off the mark. Salt and England. It was a breathtaking batting display from Brandon King, Rovman Powell, and to a lesser extent Andrew Russell. That 6 that Andrew Russell hit off 1 foot way over the offside That was absolutely remarkable. But yeah, that partnership of 80 from 46 between King and Rovman Powell really propelled the West Indies to this score, which seems to be a really good one given the surface.
Let's see how he goes to Josh Butler now, who he dismissed in the last game. He starts very straight to him. Similar line to the one that he got him up with in that first T20 international. Butler's defending into the offside for no run. This will be an intriguing matchup, and West Indies will understand how important this wicket of Josh Butler is. Slip in place for Hossain. Here he is again to Butler, and this time shorter, and it's punched beautifully. Very elegant from Josh Butler. Looks so easy, and he gets his first boundary for England.
There are four fielders in the offside on the circle, but Butler is skillful enough to find the gap all along the ground for four. Very controlled shot from Butler, and that's a sort of start that they're looking for. They're looking for a really good start in the first six, utilize this power play, utilize the new ball as best as they can, set up the rest of the innings.
How does Hossain correct the line? He goes again much straighter, and this time Butler playing a similar punch in the offside as well, stopped by extra cover. Long on and very straight deep mid-wicket are the two fielders out in the deep. Interesting again that Nicholas Pooran has got the gloves on, nor Shea Hope. What do you think the reasoning could be behind that, Samuel?
As we see Rovman Powell coming out from that slip region to just 45, the extra cover region. Actually, he's bringing in 45. Jason Holder into slip, so there is that slip. He senses that there is some turn from the surface. One fielder behind square on the leg side. Short fine. Hossain comes in for his final delivery of the first over. Looks for the sweep, misses. A little bit low, it might have kept Josh Butler. Ends the over with a dot delivery. Good solid start from Akil Hossain and the West Indies. 5 without loss. England after one chasing 177. That's something that Nicholas Pooran has done throughout his career, keep wicket, and it maybe just be a case that him wanting to continue in that particular role. I don't see it neither here nor there for the West Indies, utilizing him or Shea Hope. Both good with the gloves, both good in the outfield as well. As we recap the West Indies innings, Brandon King 82 not out from 52, carried his bat throughout that innings. Rovman Powell 50 from just 28 deliveries. Mayers had a start, he got 17 from 16, Russell 14 from 10. And where at one stage England were perhaps thinking about restricting the West Indies for under 150, they now have to chase 177. Jason Holder being given the new ball in this game, bowling from the Darbo Hills end. He has a slip in position, his two fielders out in the boundary, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square, so he'll be looking to bowl a straight line, maybe back of a length. Comes in for his first one over the wicket, worked neatly into the onside just for a single, so a watchful start, you'll have to say, from England.
Yeah, they'll be similarly looking to structure their innings the way the West Indies did, where it's not the easiest of surfaces to start on, and the West Indies of course have got the luxury of having two spinners. Gudakesh Moti, who bowled well against the English in that one international series, could be very important. And what will also be important is to when Captain Rovman Powell does go to him, does he get one in the power play? Are they happy to stick with Akil Hossain, who's bowled the new ball quite consistently and obviously got Josh Butler out in the last game? Here's Holder, trots in now past the umpire. Good length, just on that fourth stump area where has played Butler in the past, but he negotiates this one well. Defends to point. This capital for the quick single.
Yeah, so just a solitary delivery. Rovman Powell had the slip for, it's now dispensed with. Lots of noise in the background. The local fans are sensing another victory will take the West Indies to 2-0 and a nice lead. Jason Holder over the wicket once again, shorter down the track, plays and misses, goes through to wicketkeeper Nicholas Pooran. No run, Phil Salt just looking to come towards the delivery. Jason Holder might have seen him bowl a slow one into the surface, plays and misses, goes through again for a dot delivery. Solid start from the West Indies. Phil Salt just asking for a change of gloves, the umpire intervening and saying to him that you need to get permission before any changes can take place. In the end, he allows him to make the change, but just reminding him of the rules and regulations as it applies to changes during the over. 9.19 the required run rate into the second over here in Grenada, the Spice Isle.
Both fielders deep on leg side, so maybe short this time they'll pace off as Salt looks to advance down the track. It goes past him, past the outside edge through to the keeper Curran. He was dismissed pulling of Andrew Russell in that last game, but it's such a small margin of error because he's very strong square, very strong through extra cover. His strike rate in the power play this year in all T20 cricket has been over 150. It's in the top 10 the openers in the world, so it just tells you how dominant he's been in this format, how consistent he's been as well. Field stays the same, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, two fielders outside the circle. Here's Holder again straight, so just turns it into the onside for one. How do you think Josh Butler plays this, Samuel? Because we saw a quick start from him in the last game and then he really slowed down. In fact, the West Indies bowl well to him outside the power play. Do you start attacking a bit more?
Yeah, they'll start as they usually do in the power play. They look to get off to a flyer and then sort of continue that momentum through the middle overs. They're chasing, so they have an idea of exactly what they need to do this time around. Jason Holder comes in over the wicket, down the ground, down the surface rather, for Josh Butler, and again he follows him, just a dot delivery. So 5 balls bowled, 6 balls bowled rather. The over is completed, 3 runs coming from it, 2 overs gone, 8 without loss. England.
There will be an England team who will be hungry to get a win in this series. That last one in 2022 was intriguing. West Indies won it 3-2. All 5 games were at Kensington Oval. This is quite a different scenario, and that will be another challenge for the English. They already had to deal with the Drew factor in terms of their bowlers in that first game. This is a day game though at the National Cricket Stadium, so different surface, new experience for them. Akil Hossain will continue. We've seen this quite a lot from Robin Powell, where he's persisted with Hossain and Holder for the first 4 overs of the innings. It'll be interesting to see if he goes back to Holder after that good 3-run over. Here's Hossain around the wicket, very wide of the crease, angling the ball into Salt, who struggled against left arm spin. Remember, Gudagesh Moti had him in some difficulty in that ODI series, and even Akil Hossain almost created a few chances, an edge that went past slip in the first T20I. So this is a decent ploy to both these batters. Butler's on strike, and again, both fielders deep leg side.
Yeah, looking to bowl a very tight line. Doesn't want the batters to get any sort of width and wants to have the slip. So Robin Powell was in short extra cover. Akil Hossain has convinced him to go in that slip position, perhaps looking to get some more bite and grip off the surface, maybe utilize his variations and bowl a little bit slower. No doubt Josh Butler will be looking to take him on.
Can't afford to miss though. No deep fielders offside. Here's Butler advancing down the track, and chance and taken. Hossain has got him again. Josh Butler advancing, trying to open up that offside. Good planning by Powell, forcing Butler to go through that extra cover region. In the end, he picks out the fielder. Hossain strikes for the West Indies.
They're really good bowling. Bowl it a little bit slower. Pull is advancing, nowhere close to the pitch, but still went through with the shot anyway. And Kyle Mayers takes a simple catch in extra cover. Success for Akil Hossain, success for the West Indies, and Josh Butler, the English captain, has to make his way back to the pavilion for just 5. West Indies strike early, 9 for 1. Really like that delivery from Hossain. He was not trying to fire it in or look for any sort of swing with the arm ball, bowling from the media center, and he was looking for a regulation left-hand orthodox delivery. So lots of revs on the delivery. The length was good, and he outfoxed Josh Butler. Looking to continue with that sort of line and length and that pace particularly. I thought he bowled a little bit too quickly in game 1, and it's good to see that he's understood that as well and made the change. Will Jacks in that pivotal number 3 position, strike rate of 156. That's quite high. Only 8 innings. Yes, a small sample size, but it gives an indication of the way he likes to play. We'll need, first of all, to get a start and perhaps understand how the pitch is playing, what the bowlers are trying to do before he tries to be ultra aggressive. Slip still in position, long off for Jacks.
Here's Hossein, again very straight. This one much quicker than the delivery. Dismissed Joss Buttler to Will Jacks. And again, the line you think may have to be very straight to Jacks, the right-hander, because he's very strong through that extra cover region. So he hit a few maximums in that first T20 International before he was caught trying to go for a third one. Here is Hossein bowling to Jacks short, and his punch in the gap. This will be 4. Yeah, don't bother running, Will Jacks. He struck it well. Good way to get off the mark.
Yeah, he's very strong in that region. He looks to stand leg side of the ball and target there. Too short from Akil Hossein on that occasion. No protection deep on the offside, so he can ill afford to give that sort of width. He needs to adjust his line. Nicholas Pooran is suggesting that he bring the long off to mid off and send his mid on to long on, which he in the end does himself. So Andre Russell just strolls back to the boundary closest to us from the commentary box end, and Akil Hossein makes his way over the wicket. 5th delivery in the second over for him. Much straighter along the line of the stump, sweeps, gets the bottom edge, goes away for a single to short fine leg. That was on the line of the stumps. Will Jacks was sweeping. Had he missed, he might have been in some trouble. Luckily for him and for England, he gets some bat on it and gets down to the other end.
This will be an important innings for Will Jacks, because he's talked about the want to play the T20 World Cup next year in the West Indies. Played all the games in that New Zealand series and got to double figures in every one, but his highest score was only 22, so he'll be disappointed with that and will want to build on it. He opened the batting in that series with Buttler. This is a full delivery which is struck to mid-on, where Andre Russell was probing and he was running in trying to hit the stumps but unable to do so. In the end, they get the quick single. After 3, a good start for the West Indies. England are 15 for 1. Target 177 live on TalkSport 2.
It's quite hot and humid out there in the middle, even being perched in what should be an air-conditioned box. It feels quite hot here, so I can only imagine and assume how hot it is out in the middle. We're in the Spice Isle, very beautiful island. Grenada, just 120,000 is the population, but it's absolutely breathtaking. So many things to do and to see. Jason Holder for his second makes his way in over the wicket on the line of the leg stump, goes further down. A neat take down the leg side by Nicholas Pooran. Wide signal by umpire Jacqueline Williams. Historic day for umpire Jacqueline Williams, the first female umpire from the West Indies to stand in an international match among full member nations. But you can see that it's no lack of trying from England, Nikhil. They're trying to score, but West Indies, they have been quite restrictive in the early exchanges.
Here's Holders over the wicket. Salt, oh what a shot that is. Takes a step across his off stump. Very innovative, and is able to beat the fine leg fielder in Andre Russell. Just a ramp. Positioned it so well, 20 for 1.
Yeah, it's a slug sweep really from Salt, and as a bowler there's not much you can do about that. You just take that on the chin, you turn and you go back to the top of your mark. If he plays a shot like that, then you give credit to him. It's outside the line of the off stump, he's kneeling down and he's sweeping it past Andre Russell at short fine leg. In he comes now, big tall Jason Holder. This one is smashed short of a length and pulled way into the stands. Second tier, 4 previous deliveries, 6 now. Salt is getting his groove.
Yeah, we saw this in the first T20 International from Phil Salt. The power and the ability to get going from the onset, something very difficult not only in the world but on this surface, as we saw in that first innings from the West Indies. But it's a surface that looks to continue to get better and better. It had in some moisture early. As that sun has baked it, the ball just seems to come on a bit better. I wonder how that affects the variation. Holders under pressure here. Here he is, bowling down the leg side to Salt. So looking to help it over fine leg again. Can't do that because it's a wide. This tactic from Powell, it's a big risk, you know, Samuel. And you don't often see it, but this is the second time in the series he started with 2 from Hossein, 2 from Holder. And I've heard cricketers, you will be able to speak to this better, but I've heard T20 cricketers speak to just allowing batters to acclimatise to the bowlers that they're facing when they face them in consecutive overs. I wonder if it's a bit of that from Phil Salt. This is punched down the ground, but can't go past mid-off at Rodman Powell, dot ball.
It's always risky, but we saw Chris Woakes bowl 3 in succession when England bowled in the power play, and he didn't go too badly. What I'm also noticing from the West Indian fielders, the wicketkeeper in particular, they're asking the fielders to throw the ball back in on the bounce. So they saw some bit of reverse swing when Timal Mills bowled as Holder makes his way to the crease. This one is smashed, short delivery towards the fielder in the deep, just a single. He has protection there, and that's the area he wants them to try to score. 2 fielders deep backward square and deep mid wicket. There was some reverse swing from Timal Mills at the back end of that innings, and I just wonder if the West Indies saw that and they are hoping that they can extract something similar when it's their turn to bowl in those final 8-6 overs. And so Nicholas Pooran is asking his fielders on every occasion to throw the ball back at him on the bounce.
Tends to get harder to score against when that ball gets soft. We saw it in Kensington Oval. This is quite a slow surface here in Grenada. This is driven nicely by Jack, straight to extra cover though, run out chance. Direct hit from Brandon King could have been very interesting. In the end, he's not able to make contact, and Jack scampers through for the quick single.
Yeah, you just need some bit of partnership. A direct hit would have seen him back in the pavilion. Comfortably short as we look at the replay, and then all's well that ends well for England. 29 for 1 represents a decent enough start from a West Indian standpoint. Holder in for his final delivery, worked away on the leg side once again, full delivery and just a single. 30 for 1 after for England.
Live on Talk Sport 2. The key thing now will be to see if Rodman Powell, with the added spin option, can go back to Akil Hussain for a third, or maybe even go to Gudakesh Moti, who's in the team. That will be interesting as we await the power play bowling. Is something, an area where he has been very vocal, Rodman Powell, in wanting to improve, and it's going to be Hussain again. So whereas in that first game we saw Rodman Powell keeping Hussain for the middle overs, where he bowled extremely well, mind you, just went for 12 in his final 2 overs. Now with Moti, Rodman Powell goes on the attack, trying to maybe get some drift with that semi-new ball. Of course, trying to take consistent wickets as the West Indies try to defend. They've done a lot better chasing this year in T20 cricket, the West Indies, but you never know what you'll have to do in that World Cup 6 months from now. So this is a nice challenge for them, especially with Phil Salt, who can be so destructive. Here's Akil Hussain again, another delivery short, but angling at the body of Salt, who tries to make room, play that cut shot, but hits it straight to the point fielder for no run.
Yeah, this over here is always one of the most difficult ones to bowl. The third as a spinner. Akil Hussain around the wicket, swept away, has some protection down there. Really good positioning by Rodman Powell and Akil Hussain. We saw that shot from Jack Salt rather in the first T20 where he swept him away for 4, so he's made the adjustment and he's positioned that fielder way behind square on the leg side, and it went straight to him. Good captaincy, good thinking from the captain and the bowler. 13 he's conceded from his 2 overs, 2.2 so far.
Here's Hussain, who's been very straight this time on the stumps again, but such good maneuvering from Jax, who came a long way across his stumps. Well, sorry, took a step back away from his stumps and created room in that offside. Punches it in that extra cover region, which he scores so prolifically for 4.
Yeah, really quick hands. He manufactured the room there. He knows the line that Akil Hussain is looking to bowl, finish on the stump, maybe even finish on leg stump. And so he's decided to give himself some room, leg side of the ball, accesses the offside with a lot of pedigree.
Like we saw in that first innings, a slow start could be okay if you can get some recovery in the back end of the power play in the middle. This is a quicker delivery from Hussain, trying to punch as Jax goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, he continues to bowl that line, and if he wants to play that shot, then no problem. Comes round the wicket once again, Akil Hussain. Good delivery, straight back over his head, not any sort of timing, but gets a single. Akil Hussain has been quite consistent in this spell, be very happy with what he's done so far. It's never easy bowling in the power play, particularly for a spinner with only 2 fielders out. Good thing though, he has a score on the board, so he'll be very confident. Can he find another wicket in final delivery of the 5th over? 36 for 1 England. Round the wicket, leg stump line once again worked away nicely straight to the fielder, comes through for a quick single. And after 5 overs, England are 37 for 1. And West Indies enjoying the better of the early exchanges here. Nice hot and humid conditions here in Grenada. Let's go back to England where it's very different.
Still very much though in the balance. 37 for 1 then England, chasing 177. Phil Salt 19 from 16. Will Jacks 11 from 7. Joss Buttler the only player to depart, 5 from 7. So Steve Harmison, Alex Tudor alongside me, as is Jarrod Kimber. What's the runs prediction? What's the state of the game as far as intelligent cricket are concerned, J-Rod?
They were a 45% chance of winning at the start of this innings, West Indies, and they're at 53%. I think the Cricinfo predictor's got them up at 60% as well.
Andre Russell for his first delivery, length delivery as well. Salt will certainly take one. Interested possibly in a second, but fielder rushing in from the boundary will prevent that. First stages of the innings, Harmy, your thoughts?
Yeah, Salt's after a little bit of a, I think, frantic start. He looks as though he's settled down nicely. Hit some big boundaries. Jacks looks as though he's a little bit more fluid. Buttler looks as though probably what he has at this moment in time, the weight of the world on his shoulders. It was a poor dismissal, Joss Buttler.
3 wickets in the first T20. This is picked up by Jacks. He's targeting mid-wicket. Is a dive by Moti on the boundary edge. Can't cut that off. And away it goes for 4.
Just a short ball. I think he was running his fingers across the seam, did Andre Russell. He's just dragged it down and it's dipped on Moti out in the deep. He's made a lot of ground for it. Wanted to go two-handed, ended up throwing one-handed and didn't quite get it. Will Jacks, it wasn't the best time, and I don't think this is the best pitch from a timing point of view. I think you have to get yourself in and get going. I think that was just Butler's issue, but Will Jacks looks as though he's timed the ball a bit better.
Jack steps away and lofts this delivery from Russell, which is again on a length, up and over the covers for another 4. Good stuff from Jacks there. Pressure back on the bowler. 2 4s in this over. And that's a sight that England want to see more of.
Yeah, Will Jacks hitting that with tremendous power, just getting a base, setting himself. Andre Russell just running his fingers over it, stood up, and he hit it powerfully over cover. Couple of bounces to the boundary. He moves on to 19 from 9. England 46 for 1.
Big opportunity here as Jacks once again makes room, but inside edge onto the turf. He's angry with himself there, Jacks. He's a good-looking player, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Very good-looking player, powerful player. I remember Butch talking about him years ago. I think he went out to Australia and I think Ian Chappell had contacted him to say, you've got a player on your hands there. He's going to be a fine player. And he has, anyone who supports Surrey and seen him play a bit of franchise cricket know what he's all about. And now he's getting his opportunity for England. And, wish him all the best. Lovely lad as well. Obviously been down to Surrey a few times and a nice lad. Very respectful of the older players.
Yeah, he kind of burst into prominence in T10 cricket. Extraordinary innings a few years ago, then made his debut for Surrey in all 3 formats when they won the title a few years back. Kind of had second season syndrome a little bit, but back now as Russell is in. This is floated up really on the pads of Jacks, who'll get off strike with a single. 22 both Jacks and Salt, 47 for 1. These two opening the batting in the ODIs. 1 ball left of the power play.
Andre Russell was once a very fast bowler, and he's not so much as fast. I think it's 140 k's the other day, but he was a very fast bowler when he was young. Now he has to use a lot of different tricks. He held that really carefully for a cross seam to let the batter see it, and then as he got to the crease, he changed his wrist to bowl a slow ball, keeping himself ahead of the game.
As Salt this time makes himself a little bit of room and gets this ball up over gully. and away for another boundary. So England hitting back. The power play has been done, and they find themselves 51 for 1.
Yeah, width here from Andre Russell. He's gone with a sort of cross seam. Thick, I wouldn't say a thick outside edge. I think Phil Salter's trying to give himself some room, so his weight transfer is back. And I think that's given him the natural the natural elevation to get the ball up in the air. Remember, it was the last ball of the power play, so you had third was inside the circle, point was inside the circle, cover point was inside the circle. So Phil Salt's just trying to get it over the top, and he did that perfectly. In England 51 for 1 after 6. West Indies were 48 for 1 after their power play. And Moti, the spin bowler that turns the ball more than any other left-arm spinner, Jared Kimber, he's on now, and this is where England got the advantage.
Moti is in for his first delivery. The left-arm bowler angling this into the right-handed Jacks, and no run. Just push to cover.
Should we do a poll of the listeners to see what age they think he might actually be?
Yeah, let's hope they don't have access to Google.
Well, no, but I mean, I think the 28's more just it's a guess, isn't it, by someone?
I think it's just a coming of age thing. Once you reach me and Harmy's age, everyone looks very, very young. Very unfortunate here not to get a wicket as well, as Jacks is pushing forward with uncertainty, and this has just flown off the face of the bat, toe end maybe, and that could have plopped straight into the hands of the cover point fielder. They're very fortunate there, Jacks. 52 for 1, and it was at this stage of West Indies innings where they ran into a little bit of a problem. Salt playing back and really throwing his hands through the line of the ball, picks out the fielder just inside circle at cover.
I think what we're also getting is, with it not being a day-night game, the lights aren't taking effect. It's not skidding on, it's sitting in the surface.
Just a fraction fuller cross-batted shot from Salt this time, inside edge, and Curran does the fielding, running from behind the stumps. It's already just seen in the very first early stages of Moti's over. In again is Moti, wide of the crease. Again, an attempted cut shot, inside edge into the turf, no run.
Again, 3 balls in a row there. No pace on the ball. Ball just sitting in the surface. England players trying to hit it too hard, losing their shape.
Last ball of the over. Plenty of revs in there again, but a misfield from the bowler. It won't cost West Indies though. That is a decent 6 balls from Moti. Just 2 runs coming from it. 7 overs into this run chase here on TalkSport 2 and on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. 177 the target, so England need 124. 9 wickets in hand. 78 balls to get them in.
Yeah, I think spin's going to play a major part for this West Indies side. Looks like it's quite difficult. As you say, the ball just seems to be sticking in the wicket a little bit. Can't quite get your timing. So I think Rodman Powell, the captain, be looking at that. You would obviously seen how spin worked when England were bowling. So you need to be smart. I think obviously players are going to want pace on the ball. But yeah, decent start from Salt and Jacks as Azari Joseph comes into the attack.
I mean, Salt and Jacks does sound like a packet of crisps, doesn't it? Alzari Joseph, he was expensive, but he picked up wickets in the first T20. He's in for his first delivery, and a little bit of bounce there actually, with Jacks just trying to guide the ball into the leg side, beaten by bounce and touch of pace. Salt actually hits him high up on the thigh pad and comes through for a leg by.
Yeah, he was expensive in that first game, but for me he's the West Indies best bowler. He's the best wicket-taking option, and I actually think he is the most skillful bowler on show that the West Indies have got is Alzari Joseph.
And he's in again here, clipped away again by Jacks this time. They'll push for 2, but Moti running in from deep mid-wicket will prevent that from happening. 55 for 1.
And we've seen just seen the thing on our screens here, the the worm that goes and tells you the run rate that the West Indies had and the score that England have got. England need to get ahead of the run rate, need to get ahead of the trajectory, because I don't think England have got the power that the West Indies have got possess from that first innings. I don't think England have got the six hitting power, so they're going to have to get this in a completely different way to the way the West Indies done if they want to win this game.
They do have the wickets in hand though, don't they, as Salt comes down the track. Extravagant pull shot, but Alzarri Joseph sees him coming, drags his length back a touch, and this hits Salt's shoulder and just rolls out to point, no run.
Always appreciate looking at good fast bowlers. He's been around for a while now. Alzarri Joseph had a good stint of a bit of county cricket. He was at Worcester on stage and whatever. Just love his approach, really rhythmical, stays nice and high, and bowls at good pace.
Yep, he's a quality performer for sure. And again, this is picked up by Salt. Has he cleared the boundary? No! That's a decent grab by the captain, Powell, running in from mid-wicket, and Salt has to go. 2 down now for England in the 8th over. Joseph strikes. England 55 for 2.
That was a great catch. It really was a good catch. Not many times you see a captain, especially an international captain, to be on the boundary, and Rothman Powell has run from deep mid-wicket, ran in 20 yards. Phil Salt's clothed it. You mentioned about the surface, good ball from Joseph into the surface. Phil Salt's tried to give himself some room and he shoveled it towards the leg side. And I don't know about you, Tudes, but when Rothman Powell was diving towards that, I thought he was going to head it. Never mind catch it. He's salmon-like dive straight at it. And sometimes when you dive or you try and make an attempt and you actually go a little bit too far, you get yourselves in wrong coordination. But he managed to get a hold of it. He hit the deck hard, bounced up, big smile on his face, pumped his chest, pointed to the bowler, and telling him that was a big wicket. But I did think for 1 minute when he was horizontal that he's overdone this dive.
Are you thinking Alan Shearer or Andy Gray with the header?
Yeah, good comparison. Both very good with their head. Probably the big fella, Big Al, would have been looking to head that as opposed to volleying it. But whatever it was a very, very good catch.
Right, we've got a surprise. Curran's came in early for West Indies, and is that Sam Curran who's made his way to the middle? What's the thinking behind that, Jared? You got any ideas?
No.
Well, if you don't,
I kind of. It goes back to the conversation that Harmy and Butch and I were having at Chat Up recently. They kind of have to use him up here more often, don't they?
Josephine, short delivery, ducked by Curran, no run.
If he can't bowl his full 4 overs every game, and that was a wide, by the way, if he can't bowl his full 4 overs every game, and I think that is a situation we all kind of feel like he might be in because he can't come back at the death, then you have to use him earlier in the batting order, and you probably then want to put him in positions where things favour him. There's a left-arm finger spinner on. I would say that Moeen Ali is probably the best batter against left-arm finger spinners in the world, but maybe that's why Sam's out there?
Yeah, Sam Curran gets used in this role in the IPL.
So does Moeen Ali, who's also in the side.
I was just about to say so does Moeen Ali, who I think is probably more successful at it.
They play for the same team, don't they? Joseph again. This is guided down to third by Curran. 57 for 2, 1 ball left of the 8th.
Yeah, Alzarri Joseph was given a wide in that last over, and I'm not sure it was a wide. He had a steely look on his face. He doesn't give much away, does Alzarri Joseph. He's not one for massive expressions. I would imagine if he got a wicket in the World Cup final to win the game, he might crack a smile, but that's about as much as you'll get out of Alzarri Joseph. He is a fantastic bowler, but he's not something that gives much away. But he had a steely look there, because I agree with him. I didn't think it was a wide.
Last ball of the over, and Jacks will take a single, just clipping the ball away, and Curran completes the run. So a good over for the West Indies. A wicket in it, that of Phil Salt, dismissed for 25. That run rate's just started to push 10, with Jacks and Curran at the crease, the two Surrey boys. And England needs something here, don't they, Jared Kimber?
Well, if he was sent in as a pinch hitter, that first ball, he kind of just opened the face and ran it down to third. So my guess is that it's against the left-arm finger spin of Moti that he'll be attacking. He's got a strike rate of 158. But again, Jax has taken the strike at the start of this over, so I'm guessing that is the reason he's come out, but it is a little bit interesting because left-right, you've still got Moeen don't you?
Moti to bowl his second over, and that is nearly a leading edge from Jax. It doesn't go too far from the right of the bowler. No run at the start of the 9th over. We've kind of been here with England before. We saw West Indies in trouble. They managed to hit their way out of trouble and up to a decent score. Width this time from Moti. Jax throws his hands at the ball, but another time inside edge. No run. 83 kilometres an hour, that from Moti, who this time goes a fraction straighter, and Jax will take a single. So this is the matchup then. Is this the matchup? Let's see what Sam Curran's approach is to the slow left arm of Moti.
He's also missed the first 3 balls of this over, Judes.
I was going to say he was going to hit it down to long on for 1.
Well, a little look around the field from Curran.
Well, that is the problem with pinch hitting, right? Like you've been using a pinch hitter before. For
Yeah, I've done it. Yeah.
The problem is some of you bowlers suddenly think you can bat. You notice I didn't throw that question to Harmy.
Absolutely, I didn't even get night watchman, never mind a pinch hitter.
I did it against Warney when he was at Hampshire.
Over the wicket now from Moti, and Curran does wind up for the big shot down the ground, but doesn't get hold of it, and it's fielded by the bowler. So the pressure that's just starting to ramp on England. I was saying the run rate's pushing 10. Another couple of dot balls and it's going to be pushing 11. Curran down the track, Yorks himself, inside edge onto the pads. Another dot ball. This is good from Moti.
Yeah, mixing up his pace. Knows that Sam Curran's after him. Just bowling that flatter, faster. It's clever bowling, making a change now.
Okay, so
got a straight on.
Yes.
A short straight hit, I think, is the technical name of that fielding
They
position.
had that for Matt Hayden, didn't they, back in the day? Matty Hayden, a really straight.
Cameron White's another one.
Back and cuts this for a single, Curran. So whatever tactics have been employed by England, they're not evidently working in that first over or so. 9 gone. Required run rate up to 10.64. Moti's 2 overs have gone for just 4, and England are 60 for 2.
Yeah, he bowled really well, as Moti, talking about pinch hitting shoots. I remember playing a game at Durham against Notts, and Swanee came out pinch hitting. Shoaib Akhtar was bowling at one end, I was bowling at the other end, and as he come walking out, you know what Swanee's like, full of the joys of spring and laughing and carrying and joking. And as he got to the 30-yard circle, I just looked at him and I said, Swanee, you ain't thought this out, are you? You ain't really thought this out. And to be fair to him, he hadn't. He really hadn't, because our sort of first change bowler was Liam Plunkett as well. So it wasn't the best move by Graham Swan. He didn't stand still for too long, and he didn't last too long either.
Graham Swan was on the breakfast show last week. Short delivery, hooked by Curran in a crouched position, and somehow he's found the boundary at mid-wicket. Extraordinary shot from Curran, and there is more animation from Joseph. You're right, Harmy, I was thinking exactly the same thing. His reaction to that wide was of a very unhappy man.
It's a bit like the Joss Butler at Barbados. It was like a swat, get off me, when Joss' first ball got caught off. He startled a little bit by Alzari Joseph. This one was obviously a little bit straighter towards Sam Curran. He got the middle of the bat. He wasn't in full control of his body movements, but it was a good ball, well directed by Joseph. But again, he's a little bit more animated. He looks as though Alzari Joseph looks as though he's got a bit of more of a spring in his step, but he looks as though he's running in quick. He looks as though he's bowling a bit quicker as well.
Yeah, maybe a bit stung from that expensive figures from the first T20. Mistimed pull shot from Curran goes straight and comes through for a single. 65 for 2.
Like any good bowler, you want to bounce back, don't you, from disappointment? And Alzari Joseph's no different. He would have been expensive, but the one thing I always look at, wicket column. And the team's won as well. It's a little bit different when you've lost, but when you win, sometimes you forgo the runs and you just look at the wickets, and that's what the captain needs.
Especially in one-day cricket, especially in the shortest format cricket. If you're the strike bowler, you don't be going to 20 and over, but you have 10 and over is fine if you've got wickets.
Jack's facing up, he's 24. This has gone high in the sky, but has it got enough on it? No, it hasn't. Jason Holder with a nonchalant catch. at long on, and Jack's innings has got to come to an end. There's not even a flicker of a smile on Alzarri Joseph's face, but he's picked up his second wicket, and that is a big one. Jacks goes for 24 in England, 65 for 3.
Very good from Alzarri Joseph. He's seen Will Jacks just open his left foot up. He's just opened his left foot up. He's leading foot, opened his body up, looking to big shot down to the leg side. And when you see that as a bowler, you've got the base of the stumps you can go for. Or if you hit the pitch hard, you're saying to the batter, you better have your shape, you better have balance, you better have a sturdy position, because if not, with all your weight going backwards and going towards the leg side, it's going to be a good hard hit to get it over the rope. And unfortunately, a bit of the surface, a bit of off balance, a bit of lost shape, and it's hit the splice of the bat, and a very, very easy catch for Jason Hole. It didn't have to come too far in on the boundary. And he was just in the shade of what looks like, I think it is the media stand, and took a very, very comfortable catch. And now England, well, the West Indies were 68 for 4 off the back after the 11th over, when England really made a mistake when it comes to their bowling changes. I'm not sure Rothman Powell is going to do the same thing as Josh Butler.
Yes, scorecards can be deceptive, because by looking at the scorecard, you think, well, England have actually lost 1 wicket less than the West Indies had at a similar point in the game. But of course, West Indies really accelerated. They had plenty of muscle towards the back end of their innings. They oversaw a tricky spell, and then they capitalised. Can England do the same? And truth be told, when they've been in this position, be it 50 over or 20 over, in the last couple of months, they've been found wanting. 112 needed from 63. We're approaching 2 a ball from here. Just feels like the impetus is going West Indies' way.
If they were batting in the first innings, I think they'd be looking at about 155 total from here. So they're a long way behind where they need to be. Got the pressure of the chase, they've got the recent form and everything else. So they're a long way behind the game as it currently. They're just showing the Grenada images. That's the underwater statues that Sam Allard refused to go to, I think.
Well, thanks for that.
Yep. It's quite a famous thing in Grenada. You don't remember it?
I wasn't there.
Oh, okay. Maybe Allard wasn't there either. I might have made up the whole thing.
I know one thing. I bet he's a above water statue right at this minute in time in Grenada, hammering me about my food option choices. I bet you the chicken, rice and peas is not high up on Sam's agenda. He's a bit red raw, I think, with the sun.
65 for 3 then, and it's Liam Livingston who's in alongside Sam Curran. So no Harry Brook, as Livingston does get off the mark first ball. Just rides the bounce and comes through for a single. 111 needed then from 62. You're listening to TalkSport 2. Get involved. Cricket_TS at TalkSport 2, or via the chat facility on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Now the decent crowd in, the home fans sheltering from the sun, the visitors trying to get as much of it as they possibly can before they fly back to Blighty for Christmas. What will the story be from this series? As it stands, West Indies 1-0 up with 4 to play, including this one, and they are on top here. As Curran again, who's been promoted up the order, will not capitalise on this delivery. Alzarri Joseph, 2 from 9, midway point of his second over. We commentated on him. We've been out in the Caribbean a few times over the last few years, and he's certainly been a big part of the Test makeup, as well as the ODI stuff and the T20s. And he's in again. Last ball of the over, cut away by Curran. Plenty of power and timing, and he's picked his spot as well.
I think it's a no ball as well, because I think he knocked the stumps over, Steve Finn style, as he was approaching the crease, John. Yeah,
we're just seeing a replay. It was actually with his foot, his left foot.
His front foot. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it with their front foot before.
I don't think
it's usually a hand or your back hip, isn't it?
Yeah, back knee, innit? That was Finn was his back knee, wasn't it?
Yeah, back knee. Well, he's obviously feeling loose, this Joe. So we said that he looked up for it today. and he's running in nicely, and he's getting his foot nice and high, Patrick Patterson style. And he's just dislodged the stumps. When I say dislodged, I mean he's hit it quite hard, to be fair.
He's volleyed it. Okay, so a little bit of a boost for England. 4 runs from the bat, and Joseph is going to have to bowl this again. Oh, what a delivery. I tell you what, it's a Yorker. Curran had absolutely no idea where that was going. He's got a run from it, but that was an absolute beauty of a delivery. And not a delivery we've seen much from Joseph either.
No, he's obviously bowled it because it's the no ball. He's bowled beautifully so far in these 2 overs because he's hit the pitch hard. He's talking about his pace, he's talking about the spring that he's got in his step. The inconsistency of the surface, he's used it to his ability. He's hit the deck hard. We talked in the first innings about Tymal Mills coming on and bowling slower balls, bowling 90 mile an hour into the surface. That's a lot harder to hit than anything that's full, floated. And Sam Curran got dispatched and dealt with because his change-ups to his full pace, there wasn't a great deal of difference. Alzarri Joseph has run up, hit the pitch hard, and because of that, the inconsistencies, the natural variations of the surface is making it harder and harder to time.
Moti, who has been almost unplayable, and what has happened there is a big swing from Sam Curran trying to cut the ball in a manner that we saw in the last over. The ball raced to the boundary for 4. Now he's missed it, and Curran's helmet's come off.
Yeah, I don't think he has his chin strap off, and I think when he jumped to take the ball, the helmet came off.
I thought for a minute that maybe the ball had hit the helmet, but that wasn't the case. Down the track by Curran. Moti adjusts his length as soon as he sees Curran coming, and it's just a single. 104 needed from 58.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Moti. It's also well played by Sam Curran, coming down to give him an option. Option A wasn't there, the big shot, so just played it into the leg side, looking for 2, but the fielder was quick and managed to get the return in very, very quickly. Good pressure by West Indies again. Early in the over, dot ball, then a single. England really under the pump here.
They certainly are. They're finding Moti very, very difficult to get away. Full on the pads, and a leading edge which flies straight from the bat of Livingston. No power in it. Just another run to the score here on TalkSport 2. England 74 for 3. They need 103 still for 57 balls, and batting does not look particularly easy, especially not when they're coming up against Moti. Curran it is then, 13 from 11, and this is tossed up. He goes for the slog sweep, does Curran, and the bowler beats the bat on the inside, keeps it very, very low, and turn as well. No run.
Just a masterclass. He knows that Curran has been sent out to hit him.
And again, similar but much bigger turn this time. Curran makes room, the ball follows him, and he can only take a single.
He's bowled the faster one straight away, which is annoyed Curran, thinking that, and then Curran is thinking, okay, I'll sweep him. So he's bowled the slow wide one so he can't sweep it. Now he's gone with a slow wide short one with a lot of side spin on it. It's just every ball he's a step ahead. He might be the smartest 12-year-old Harmy's ever seen.
Last ball of the over, played defensively by Livingston, straight back to the bowler, and that is a nigh on perfect over, really. Didn't take a wicket, went for 3. Moti's 3 have gone for 7.
I think what he also is doing, Tubes, is basically saying when he's bowling slow and into the surface, I don't think you're strong enough, Sam Curran, to hit me for 6.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Harmy. You know, you're not like we saw when West Indies were batting, weren't you? We saw Myers and we saw Russell, which we've seen so many times. He's off balance and he's able to still clear the boundaries. I don't know the England players at the minute are capable of that. I'm sure they are, but you know, we haven't seen it. But I just wanted to go back to your point about what Zari Joseph is doing so well. He's just bowling back of a length, heavy into a length, and allowing the variation just of the pitch. I just think sometimes the England bowls, we think about it too much, and we're bowling a lot of slower balls, and they're the balls that are standing up, and the players are just too big and strong, and they're just clearing the boundary. I think sometimes we overthink it. Just on any given pitch, you've got to be able to just assess it a little bit quicker for me.
Sam Curran against Andre Russell. Pull from Curran, trying to target to mid-wicket, but no timing again. Fielded by Hetmeyer. We've had a few people getting in contact via the chat facility on our TalkSport Cricket YouTube page. Subscribe and get involved. And Paul Howie says, what on earth is Curran doing batting above Brook?
Paul Howie, I think you might have a point. I really do think you have a point. Forget matchups. Harry Brook is a fantastic young player.
Russell again, and Livingston this time does reach the boundary. And boy, was that needed. There's a big gap there. Square leg, mid-wicket, and he reaches on the pull. Russell was expensive with his first over, and that's got the treatment.
Yeah, I think the England players, they've got to pick a bowler, and I think Andre Russell may be that person. You know, he seldom bowls out his four. His body sometimes is not capable of allowing him to bowl consistently as well. So I think he's definitely someone that they're looking to target.
Russell again. Livingston cut away. Nicely done as well. Strong and powerful. It's gone. It's reached the boundary at deep point. I think it's Hetmeyer who was pacing it, but could not cut the ball off. So back-to-back boundaries in the over for England, and Livingston moves to 10.
That's a good shot from Liam Livingston, not trying to hit it too hard on the offside. He's just waited for the ball to come. It's not quite a late cut, but he's hit the ball from behind the crease. He's made sure that he's waited and waited for it, kept his shape, and used the pace of the ball that Andre Russell is getting off the surface.
93 needed from 51 as Russell picked up and smashed over square leg for 6. Finally England picking on a bowler and getting on the front foot. 87 needed from 50, and Livingston's smashed 3 boundaries in 3 balls.
Yeah, 15 or 4. Sometimes there's always an over in T20 cricket that can change the tide. And could this be the over that England are looking at? That Andre Russell is delivering at the minute. He's gone for 29 off 1.4. As I said, he doesn't bowl a lot these days, especially in franchise cricket. He bowls 1 or 2 and sometimes bowls at the death. Seldom bowls his 4. So a lot of cricketers now and players around the world, they do look to target him.
2 balls to get out the over. Moti's only got 1 over left as well. And Livingston is 16 from 6. West Indies, you'd say, still favourites from here. But 87 from 50 suddenly seems a lot more manageable. Things can change quickly though in T20 cricket. Fuller from Russell, driven by Livingston. Just for a single though. And that'll bring Sam Curran back on strike for the final ball of the over.
I think one of these two are going to have to see it through though. One of these two are going to have to go on. West Indies had that with Myers. 82 not out. Fantastic innings from him tonight. One of these England players who have to go on. We've had Starks. We've had Salt. We've had Jacks. One of these two are going to have to go on to get a 50 plus. I think if England are going to win this game.
I think Rothman Powell's got a decision to make as well. He might have to turn to his 6th bowler. Carl Myers does bowl.
Curran it is, and Curran has climbed into another length delivery straight in Curran's arc and has smashed that away for 6. 97 for 3 England, and suddenly they're back in the game.
Yeah, great shot from Sam Curran. Andre Russell, he's just dragged his fingers across the seam again, but he's given natural width to Sam Curran, bowling over the wicket, dragging his fingers across the seam, dragging it into the middle of the surface, and it's just sat up comfortably. Sam Curran said, anybody said to Sam Curran from a coaching point of view, where do you want this ball? It would be exactly where Andre Russell has just put it. Sat up to be hit, and Sam Curran didn't disappoint, and this is better. England above the line the West Indies got. West Indies had a big push right at the very end, and England need to be ahead of the rate.
Moti to bowl his final over. Livingston, how will he go about this? And if you're picking up some of that local language, then of course we do apologise. There's not too much we can do about that.
I thought that was true.
As Livingston is down, and he's gone big, he's gone high, but he hasn't gone far enough, and the reaction from Powell at long off as he takes the catch tells you all you need to know. Livingston goes to 17, Moti strikes, and the West Indies back on top.
A little pep talk from the crowd, I think, is worked perfectly there. If you did hear it, we do apologise. We've got no control of what somebody says in the crowd. Trust me, I've been on the end of many volleys from fine leg or third man from somebody like that. But he's managed to get into the bowler, Moti's ear, and boy, he has bowled brilliantly. He's just held it back. Cameo from Liam Livingston has gone. An excellent catch by the captain. Talked about it earlier. Not many times do you see captains, international captains especially, field on the boundary. Nobby's in the last 2 or 3 overs if they are lightning in the field. Powell now has took 2 very, very good catches on the boundary. Moti's got 1 from 7 of his 3.2 overs. And Paul Howie, you've got your wish. Here comes Harry Brook a little bit later, but he's in, and there's still a long time to go in this game.
Can I just ask this question? And you know, I did kind of go in this area at the start of the over, but Moti's been so dangerous, and there isn't anybody else that's going to be coming in off the back of him. Russell's just been expensive. Do you not just sit in that one? Do you not just see that one out, or is that old-fashioned thinking?
Listen, you're talking common sense now, aren't you? No, but you would think, isn't he? He's bowled tremendously well. He's mixed up his pace extremely well. He's obviously on it tonight. And I think as a player, you think, okay, let's just see him off. He's got 4 more balls to go. You just got 22 off the Russell over before.
Harry Brook first ball, and he'll get off the mark. Who's still to come then? Let's have a quick look at the West Indies, the options that they've got. And they do have options, but it's not like they've got 6 spinners like England had.
I think just quickly to pick you up on the point that you made there, John, you were right, because Liam Livingston got out. If Sam Curran had got out, I would say no problem, because that's the matchup. That's why he's batting at 4. He's going at the spinner.
Back and across his Curran, he'll take a single.
But not Liam Livingston. Liam Livingston, that's not the matchup. The matchup is Sam Curran against the left arm spinner. And Livingston, the beans are going. He's just hit some big 6s off Andre Russell. And he's decided, he's took the gamble, first ball of the over, or early in the over, I want to get on the front foot and put some pressure back on the bowler, and didn't do it.
He's back, it is Brook. That's a forcing shot, an attempted cut. Just zips through a little bit by Moti, who's 3.5 overs have gone for just 9 runs. I mean, we saw some lovely stuff from Rashid. Final ball of the over, and this squirts off the outside edge of the bat by Curran, who's too soon through the shot, but no damage done from England. The damage was done at the start of the over. Just 2 runs from that final Moti over, the big wicket of Liam Livingston, and England's task is quite a tall one. 78 needed from 7 overs with Curran and Brook at the crease.
Fantastic bowling from Moti. It really has been 1 for 9 off 4 overs, 15 dot balls. The left arm spinner has bowled a team back into this game, but just that 1 over from Andre Russell. When you go around the park like you do, talk about batters batting in partnerships, bowlers bowling partnerships, and you look to the other end, the batters will be looking to capitalise and let's go again, and as a captain you're looking for your bowler just to try and drag it back, and he did that.
Jason Holder it is then, as Sam Curran faces 22 not out from 16, pushes a very quick single, but that's all it'll be. 100 up for England, so 77 from 41. How do you see it going, Jared? In terms of the bowlers available to Indies, they've got 1 more over of spin through Hussain, another couple from Holder including this one. Not sure we'll see Russell again. There's a couple from Joseph. How do you see the next couple of overs going?
I think we will see Russell again, and the reason is West Indies usually back their frontline bowlers even when they get hit. We've seen that a lot in this series. They don't go to part-timers unless they have to. Kyle Mays is someone they probably prefer to use in the power play, and so they would have gone in with a plan to use him. So I think they'll probably stick with their normal bowlers, and Akil is saying, well, might bowl the next one from the next end to get that run rate back over 2 runs a ball again.
Yeah, I think if Myers was going to bowl, I think you'd have bowled this over.
Yeah, I mean, unless they do bring somebody else in, Russell will have to bowl another couple as Brook picks out backward point. No run again at the start of his innings. 1 from 4 now. Demoted. You always talk about players being promoted up the order. You don't ever hear of them being demoted down it, do you? Well, you do today.
Not as good as players what Harry Brook is, but you can see the logic in it. If you go and match up and you go and left arm spin and the way Sam plays.
Holder again, and this is comfortably played by Brook, down to third. Wristy shot there, but England are going to need a little bit of power, and they're going to need it soon. That required run rate now hovering just under 12 and over. We've had 2 runs from this Jason Holder. His third over. Sam Curran, over to you. 23 from 17, came in at 4. I suppose from Holder's perspective and from Powell, this is the time you want to be bowling, actually, isn't it? So over to you, England. England have got to force it from here. A movement towards the offside by Curran, but he thrashes this through the covers, but picks up just another single, so 3 runs from the over.
Yeah, another good ball from Jason Holder. He's seen Sam Curran go early towards the offside. He's followed him. Jason Holder's a very, very good bowler towards the end of the game. We've seen in the last T20 series when England lost 3-2, the amount of times that Holder he didn't just keep the run rate quiet, he actually took wickets at the end in them games as well.
Brook, this is a loopy full toss. I'd like to see the pace of that. Now again, just another single to the score. Brook moves to 3. 74 needed from 37. 1 ball left of the 14. Powell's impressed, isn't he? With his catching, his captaincy. Scored some runs as well.
His captaincy's impressed me. His bowling changes have been excellent. He's catching. Well, people say, well, he's international cricketer, he should catch. I think his change-ups have been excellent.
50 from 28 earlier today with the side in trouble. Swing and a miss from Curran and called a wide.
There's a thing in baseball called framing, in which the catcher tries to frame the catch in a way that makes it look like it's more within the hitting arc. Curran did a really interesting version of that there. He appealed, clearly wasn't an edge, but he also threw it back over his head, so it was closer. It was a really good effort. Still a wide.
Holder will bowl again. Full and driven on the front foot by Curran, but can't beat the field at wide long off. So another decent over for West Indies. 72 needed from 36 with 14 overs in the second innings. 105 for 4. What's that you see on the screen, Jared?
That's a real baby.
If you weren't with us about 2 hours ago, well, you should have been. I'm not explaining it again. So, Toots, where are you in all this? 72 needed from 36. I mean, England got 6 wickets still to play with.
Yeah, they have.
But the problem is they've got Sam Curran, a guy at this crease. We've never really seen Curran play this kind of innings, have we? I mean, we've seen him as pinch hitter. We've seen him coming in at 6 or 7. We've not seen him come in at 4 and steer his side home. And Hussain has been brought in to the attack to bowl his final over as well.
Yeah, he needs to be there now. But in the length that he has so far, be a shame to waste.
This is wide from Hussain, cut from Curran, and fielded by Hetmeyer at deep point. 1 run to the score. England's got some batting, of course. Moeen Ali, the one change from that first T20, he's still to come in. Chris Wokes, Rayan Ahmed, you're not going to be wanting too much from those two, though, are you?
No, not with too many balls left. But listen, they still got hitting power. We can talk about Adil Rashid, still, 11 first-class hundreds, but that's in first-class cricket, not in T20 cricket. But listen, these two need to go long for me. But it's not going to be easy.
Well, it isn't. West Indies were at a similar score at the 15 over stage as Hussain once again. There was a shot at the stumps of the non-striker's end, and I tell you what, it did seem like Brook had all the time in the world, that overthrows as well, so they'll come back for a second, but it looked like he was just a little bit desperate there as the shot at the stumps came in.
Yeah, that's the second time he's got run out. This time there was no hesitation and he managed to get to the other end. For me, England can afford to lose one more wicket, but after that, that's it. These two and possibly Mo and Ali.
Down the track is Brook. He's trying to go straight, and it has been pouched. Couldn't clear the boundary. Success for Hussain. Didn't seem to be completely committed to that shot. Either way, Brook's got to go, and England lose their 5th wicket in the 15th over, 108 for 5.
Yeah, good ball, and just seen Harry Brook come down the wicket, held it back, did Hussain. Ball towards Alzari Joseph. He is a fast bowler, but he's an athlete as well. He's a very, very good athlete, is Alzari Joseph. Good pair of hands, took it easier than what it actually looked. He made it look very, very easy. And I think that, for me, is all about scoreboard pressure. Harry Brook is looking at the scoreboard, seeing it's nearly 2 a ball. Got to get on with it. And unfortunately, when you do that with the way the ball's been sort of holding in the surface and not much pace on it, you have to be fully 100% committed to your shot. And unfortunately for Harry Brook, he wasn't.
Well, here we go. Moeen Ali striding to the crease and getting himself ready. Just feels like England have made things a little bit more difficult for themselves than they really needed to, and it didn't seem easy at any stage anyway. Be fascinating to hear the thoughts of Jos Buttler and whoever speaks from an English perspective at the end of this game, if they do get home or if they don't. 69 needed from 33. Half the wickets gone now. Sam Curran at one end and Moeen Ali at the other, so 2 left-handed batters. The same 3 balls left of his spell. Both him and Moti, the 2 spinners in the West Indies side, have been brilliant today. As Ali clips this one off the pads, and England move to 109 for 5.
Yeah, they've been very impressive. Used their pace really well. They know you sort of with the matchups with the left-handers in, not to float it, just mixing up their post, bowling a bit flatter and bowling a little bit slower. And you say Harry Brook's trying to go up and over. Extra cover there, slicing it. Sorry, Joseph running around taking an easy catch. As you said, he covers the ground very well, and he's been up for it today. As you said, he'd be a little bit disappointed with the amount of runs he went for.
Width granted to Curran. This zips through and comes very, very close to being caught behind as well. No connection on the bat. Hussain has his head in his hands. I mean, the West Indies do love playing England, don't they? Certainly when we're covering them. I mean, what was it? Our first tour they lost. I mean, they've lost both test tours, wide again, but this time was turn into Curran, who does manage to beat the field inside the circle, the fielder, Shea Hope. But that's another great over for West Indies. 5 runs coming from it and the wicket. 110 for 5. 5 overs remaining, and England needs 67 runs. And whilst the West Indies managed to hit 72 from the final 5 overs, England are going to have to replicate that.
Very much so, with players not as comfortable, I think, from a power point of view. Sam Curran, more of a touch player, can get the ball over the rope, but I'm not sure on this surface. Moeen Ali can definitely get the ball over the rope, but I sometimes think that Moeen Ali needs 3 or 4 balls to get himself in, to get the pace of the surface, to get the pace of what's happening. He hasn't got that time, and just before Harry Brook got out, I said England could probably afford to lose 1 more wicket. And the reason why I meant that was because the amount of balls left in this innings.
Okay, let's head out to the ground with Stacey Yanking and also Nick Hill.
Thank you very much. Should be 5 enterprising overs. Alzari Joseph has been very improved today in terms of consistency, in terms of the control of length. 2 for 16 in his 2 overs. He will continue. and trying to close this out. Curran is on 27. Here's Joseph, starts pace off, wide of that off stump, and Curran actually swats this one well into the onside. Thought would have picked out the mid-wicket fielder. Instead, it splits the gap and finds the boundary. Hello, Stacey and King.
Hello, Nikhil. Hello to everyone. Yeah, good striking from the left-handed Sam Curran. Yeah, pulling into the leg side. It gets between those two fielders. I expect him to play a lot more of these from those deliveries going across him. Once it holds up in the pitch, it's a scoring option.
What field does Joseph want now for Curran? 3 deep leg side with long off and deep point. So it tells you he has the protection for that pace off delivery. Saw Joseph go short to Curran early in his first spell. This has been a good move from Butler to get the left-handed presence in. 2 left-handers at the crease. Misses his length, does Joseph, and Curran picks him up and deposits him over long off for 6. 10 from the first 2, game on.
Yeah, the importance of having that left-handed batter within your setup. Not missed by a long shot in terms of the length. Alzari Joseph also taking pace off, but good awareness from Curran, good sighting of that slower delivery, and well executed. Can it be Sam Curran's day in terms of giving West Indies back some of what he got?
Yeah, Joseph went short in his first spell and got real success. It's quite surprising that the first 2 deliveries have been on the fuller side. First delivery was good length pace off, he hit that for 4, and then very full hit over long off, so maybe just a miss of length. He brings fine leg in the circle. Here's Joseph, this time an extra fielder place in the offside at deep point, and he goes wide to Curran, who misses the cut. He goes through to the keeper for no run. This is coming down close, Stacey and King. I tell you were there in 2022. It has all the ingredients to be a thrilling series like it was a year ago.
Yeah, most definitely. 2 teams wanting wins, wanting to find those right pairs, what works for them leading up to the T20 World Cup in the Caribbean next year, just about 6 months away.
Here's Joseph again across Curran, and then back of the length delivery that Curran is trying to cut. Another dot delivery, 131. So subtle change of pace, wasn't completely pace off or an off cutter, but good change of pace to deceive him.
Yeah, and almost on that 4th stump line, so adjustment from Alzari Joseph, not giving as much width. Something we saw the English batters did earlier is use the crease laterally, so Curran might think about using that option.
This time goes full to Joseph. This is a chance, 2 fielders under it, none of them take the catch. It was Gudakesh Moti at short third, running towards probably that deep third position where Mears was running around to his right, and a bit of miscommunication, it falls in between them.
I think Mears was just a lot squarer compared to Moti, who was in, as you mentioned, that 3rd position. Mears would have been the better person to go at that catch because he's coming in facing the ball compared to Moti running to the boundary with his back to the ball.
Still deep third, deep point, very close to each other, as well as long off in that offside. So it tells you for the left-handed Ali that full and wide is an option, maybe even pace off on that 4th or 5th stump line. Here's Joseph with a short third, and again does go across him, and it's an excellent comeback. His first 2 deliveries went for 10. The last 4 deliveries, just 1 run from it. 1-2-1 for 5 after 16. England need 56 from the last 24 deliveries to even this series.
Okay, 11 runs coming from that Alzari Joseph over. They need a few more big overs. Need to put the pressure back on into the West Indian bowlers. In terms of bowlers who the West Indies turn to, because Andre Russell has been expensive. He's bowled 2 for 36. Jason Holder has 1. He's bowled 3 for 24. Hasn't picked up a wicket. Akil Hossain is done. He's bowled 4. Pick up 2 wickets for 24 runs. Budakesh Moti exceptional today. 1 for 9 from his 4.
So, only 5 bowlers used for the West Indies, similar to what we saw in that first game. It's worked for Robman Powell. However, Andre Russell has been the most expensive, the only bowler to go for more than 10 runs and over. And he will now come back into the attack. It will be a change of ends for him. He's gone for 36 runs in his 2. What field does he start with, bowling to 2 left-handers? He's got long off, long on. Captain Robman Powell is there, very animated as he tries to set the field. Deep mid-wicket. And then the other fielders square on the offside. Deep point, deep cover.
Hoping a change of ends brings a change of luck.
Here's Russell, starts full on off stump. Curran swats it from across the line and is able to get it over that long on area for another strong maximum. This has been really good from the man, the all-rounder who's gone up the order. Earliest he's ever batted in his international career, and it's worked out well for him thus far.
Yeah, Russell just bowling a fuller length, really a slower delivery, whether he took pace off, but Curran has been exceptional in this innings. Last match, Russell 3 for 19 from 4. He's 0 for 42 from 2.1.
Asking rate is 14 and over, but they've already got 6 from the first delivery, so that will help tremendously. In each game, England have targeted 1 bowler. Last game was Alzari Joseph. This game is Andre Russell. Can he come back? This time he goes much straighter, and Curran just flicks it off the pads. It will be another boundary. Fine leg was in the circle. I have to say, probably not where Russell intended to bowl that one.
Not with his fine leg in the circle. That's a poorly line delivery, but well played from Curran. Got inside the line of the delivery and just worked it. Oh, tickle down the leg side. So that short, the fielder had absolutely no chance. That's 10 runs from the over already. So just as it started the previous over, it started in this over.
Remember, no Mario Shepherd, who has bowled so well at the back end of the innings. He's been arguably the West Indies' best death bowler in this year, 2023. So Russell, Holder, Joseph will be very important. Here's Russell this time. He's able to hit that right length. Goes short, cross-seam delivery, which Curran tucks into the onside for just a single. 11 from the first 3.
And he has 3 fielders in the deep Andre Russell for Sam Curran. So it's almost like he wants him to play into the leg side, which, as we mentioned before, the wind just tends to turn just a bit. So hoping that it holds out in the leg side. Landed. Moeen Ali takes a strike now. What is his plan? Is he going to set the same field for Moeen Ali as he did for Curran?
Let's see, here is Russell, pace off this time, which Ali is happy to punch into the offside to get Curran back on strike. What a move though from Jos Buttler, because he could have easily sent Moeen Ali up the order in that number 4 position where Ben Duckett batted in the first T20 International. Instead, sent Curran, whose previous highest score was just 24 in T20 International cricket. But of course, he's batted at 3 for Surrey. He's opened the batting in the IPL. And this could be a match-winning 49 from 30 so far. He's hit 4 boundaries, 3 maximums. He'll be looking to add to that tally. Can Russell close out the over well? Deep cover, deep long off. The rest of the fielders deep leg side. And Russell going hard length. Curran punches it into the offside. It will bring up a first T20 International 50 for Sam Curran, who continues to show the potential in all 3 facets of the game that he possesses. They'll be hoping he can get his bowling right, but this is a promising innings.
Yeah, and it ought to boost his confidence as well. He's gotten some starts in the ODIs, went for a lot of runs in a few of his overs, but able to come in this T20 match and bring up his first T20 half century.
Russell goes Yorker, nails it. Excellent finish to the over. Again, we saw it in the last over from Joseph. Last 4 deliveries go for just 3 runs. Pressure back on England. 1, 3, 4 for 5. They need 43 from the last 3 at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada, live on TalkSport 2.
Questions now for Robman Powell as to who does he turn to. So far pace has gone for boundaries, pace has gone for runs.
Well, if you're now joining us, it has been yet another captivating West Indies versus England battle. West Indies were down and out after the power play. After the first 10, you could say they were struggling. 63 for 4 then. They hit 113 runs, just lost 3 wickets from the last 10. Brandon King was superb with his half century. Robman Powell, the captain, struck out over 300 for his final 11 deliveries to get them up to 176. We'll see how competitive it was in 3 overs time. Here's Joseph, goes short. Curran, this could be a chance. He tries to punch it in the offside, goes the aerial route, instead picks up Akil Hussain. That shorter length again works for Joseph. Curran departs.
You're disappointed. Sam Curran trying to take it on again, but coming off the toe of his bat, so not making the connection. And it just literally stands up for Akil Hussain to take that catch. He'd be disappointed, but he scored 50 from 32, inclusive of 4 4s and 3 6s. England 134 for 6. Another 43 needed from 17.
Yeah, they may not win this game, England, but it gives them, I think, a chance to see some options going into that next World Cup. Obviously, we don't know the status, Stacey, of Ben Stokes, but having a left-hander in that top order, they have a few options. Moeen Ali, who's batted at 3 for them quite a number of times in T20 cricket. Obviously, Stokes, Ben Duckett is another one, and now we've seen Sam Curran. I wonder if they back him going forward in the series after this performance, win or lose, to maybe hold that number 4 position and take some added impetus in those middle overs, because he's improved immensely against the Pacers, and obviously he will be used to combat the 2 left-arm spinners from the West Indies. But credit to Azari Joseph, he's gone predominantly short today, and that has worked for him. All 3 wickets from that shorter length. And a well-taken catch in the deep by Akil Hussain. The catching has been exemplary from the West Indies in these first 2 matches. An area where they've struggled in the past. Darren Sammy has placed a lot of emphasis on doing the boring things right, as he describes it. So far, so good. But Joseph will need to finish the job as Chris Woakes comes to the middle. Maybe Moeen Ali now will have to do the bulk of the run scoring. Here's Joseph, this time full. Pacey delivery on the stumps, 139.8 kilometers per hour, which Woakes is hitting down to long on for 1.
You talk about just correcting or finding a way to work on or get things right. Not just those 1%ers. Azari Joseph went for 54 in the last match from his 4 overs, picked up 3 wickets, but picked up 2 wickets to the back end. Went for his most runs conceded in an over, 26 in that match. Then went for 18 in his 2nd over, so was expensive. But it's good to see him come back.
Joseph to Moeen Ali, who takes this on and finds the boundary. And what a turn of events, turn of the tide. It was full outside off stump. Ali driving through extra cover. Goes 1 bounce into the rope for 4.
I was just about to say, it's good to see the use of Sam Curran, the left-handed batter, up the order as well. Moeen Ali just picking up where Sam Curran literally left off. We know what he can do with bat in hand. Can he get that 38 required from 15?
Maybe a bit predictable here. Azari Joseph with 3 deep offside, long off deep cover, deep 3rd. Maybe from over the wicket he's predictable that he's going to go wide. Ali hit him for 4. Does he come straight? He goes wide again. Moeen Ali connects. That has gone for 6. A far way back. Significant ball striking from Moeen Ali. As soon as they lost Sam Curran, he's taken on the responsibility. 32 from 14.
Yeah, he was just happy earlier on to play the supporting role with Sam Curran, but now he's taken up the mantle of being the aggressor to chase or try to chase this target. This is good. Even though Alzarri Joseph has that offside field set, he's clearing the boundary, which means Alzarri Joseph may have to pull that length a bit, which is what he possibly doesn't want to do against the left-handed batter, who will pull into the leg side freely.
Hitting with the wind as well, which is why Joseph is going fuller. But that just puts it into context. Moeen Ali's hitting those balls against the wind, and he's still able to connect. This one, though, unable to do so. It's pace off from Joseph, and Moeen Ali just punches it into the offside. He gets one critically. I thought that was the end of the over, but we will have one more delivery. So I think this may be a bonus now for Wokes, because Moeen Ali will want to face the majority of these next 2 overs. Maybe Wokes can just try to find the boundary, and for him that would be probably going offside with the wind. So expect a shorter delivery from Joseph to Wokes, where he's gone all day to the right-hander.
12 runs already coming from this Alzarri Joseph over. Where will he end?
Mid-off is up in the circle. Here's Joseph, short as predicted, and Wokes trying to cut but can't get it past point, and they deny taking the run, so that Ali is on strike for the next delivery. He went straight to point anyway. It'll be 31 from the last 2. Enterprising yet again. These 2 teams meet live from the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada. Back to you guys in the UK to close this out.
Thank you very much, Nikhil. Yes, myself, John Norman, Jarrod Kimber, Steve Harmison and Alex Tudor. And the game is still very much alive. 31 runs needed from 12 balls. We've seen a little cameo from Sam Curran that's come to an end. Moeen Ali back in the side. He's hit 12 from 6. We're going to need that kind of strike rate from him for the next over or 2. And Chris Wokes alongside him as well. Steve Harmison, Sam Curran came close, but not quite close enough from an England perspective. He would love to have been there at the end, but he has given England a fighting chance.
Yeah, he's given England a fighting chance. He played well, did Sam Curran, apart from probably the reason why he went in, which was to have a go at the left arm spin, you know. But they're saying that Moti bowled really well. I'm not going to blame Sam Curran for not taking him on or not being able to take him on to get him down. He just played well.
Holder is in, or I was about to say the Holder is in, but Moeen Ali has just pulled out. There's been movement behind the arm, and Ali looks a bit knocked.
Yeah, he was disappointed there, Jason Holder. He was literally about to deliver the ball. But just to finish off on Sam, I thought it's an encouraging innings. When you get 50 off 32 balls, it is an encouraging innings. But you're batting him at number 4. You're sacrificing Brook further down, Moeen Ali further down, Liam Livingston further down.
Holder, this is full driven and just dropped short of Brandon King, who earlier today starred really. 82 not out. He's fielding at long off. Shake of the head from Ali. I'm not sure if you saw the pace of that delivery from Holder, guys. I'm not sure if it's come up.
No, it didn't come up. But it was pace off. It was definitely pace off.
Yeah. 30 needed from 11. Feels like West Indies are going to be in this right to the end. But a wicket for England, or an over going Windies way, and that might be it for England.
So Holder has bowled 20 times the 19th over of an innings, and he goes at 12.5 runs and over. The problem for England is he quite often takes wickets at that time as well, but he can go for runs.
Again, pace off, and Wokes will certainly take one. Fielded well by Hetmeyer at mid-wicket. 29 needed from 10. Holder, incredible wicket taking at the start of last year. 4 wickets and 4 balls in that final T20 as West Indies wrapped up a 3-2 series victory. He also took wickets in the first one as well. He had 2 Player of the Match awards. So England know the problems that he will face. But as long as Ali's in, you kind of just feel that England can do it. Again, full by Holder. Pace off again, and for the 3rd time in the over, single added to the score, and that's not really enough, is it, Toots or Homie? Whichever one. You're both going to say probably agree with me.
No, we agree with you. It's good bowling, as my dad always used to say. Bootlace, get that Yorker in. There's not much you can do about it, but do what Mo Ali did, is punch it down the ground.
Bootlace would be quite a good nickname, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, he always used to say that to me when I was younger. But that's good bowling coming from that height as well. It's quite hard to get up and underneath it.
Here is Chris Wokes. A little bit, he's nutmegged himself, essentially. Shaped to move towards the offside, and Holder didn't blink. Just fired it in at the pads. Wokes wasn't in position. Tried to flick the ball, missed it, and is fortunate to have got away with that one. So dot ball. This is really good stuff from Holder, and West Indies now big favourites to go on and win this. 28 needed from England, 8 balls to get them in. England have got to start peppering that boundary. Right arm over the wicket, short delivery. Wokes pulls and is caught. Hetmeyer running in from mid-wicket. Wokes had to gamble, really. Wasn't in any position to play that shot. Had to go through with it. And that may well be it for England. 7 down now. 149 for 7. And Wokes goes cheaply.
Yeah, game over. What a beautiful over this has been from Jason Holder. He's bowling cross seam. The ball looks as though there might be a little bit of dew knocking around or a bit slippy. He's holding it cross seam to get a better grip, but that's not affecting his control at all. He's bowled 3 absolute gun Yorkers. One's gone between the legs of Chris Wokes, and to combat that, Chris Wokes comes out of his crease, gives himself some room. Jason Holder has seen them early enough, dragged it down, dragged it into the surface, and like he said to many other batters who have struggled to hit consistently out the middle of this pitch, you've got to hit it cleanly. If you don't, it gets gobbled up, and that is definitely that was a good catch by Shimron Hetmeyer. Dyer coming in, diving forward. He takes his catch comfortably, nonchalantly throws it back, takes the congratulations. 28 from 7 with Rian Ahmed in. I think that tells you everything, that it is game over, because the ball spent a decent bit of time in the air.
Holder to finish things up, short delivery, tennis ball bounce really, swatted by Rian Ahmed, but no real power in the shot, and actually Moeen Ali tells him to stay where he is. So what a wonderful end to a decent 4-over spell for Jason Holder. 27 runs coming from it, the wicket in that over of Chris Wokes, and now unless we are going to get a little bit of Alan Lamb, England are going to lose another match, another white ball match of cricket.
Yeah, and then the inquest will happen again, won't it? About decisions, choices that were made. You're always under pressure when you lose a game. Listen, we know that this England player and the players that they have in it are talented and they're good, but at the same time you've got to start performing, because there's only so many times you can talk about people's talent. That talent's not performing, then you've got to start asking questions. But West Indies have been good, and this is their format. They love T20 cricket. Their players love it. And the big man, Dre Ross, is going to see it out. He's gone for 49 or 3. He's been very expensive.
Is this the chancing? Is this England's only chance?
Well, listen,
Andre Russell.
I'll tell you, 6 first ball makes it interesting, John, I tell you.
6 first ball makes it interesting, but if you go back, decisions were made. You talk about key decisions in the game. We talked about earlier, 68 for 4 at the end of the 11th over. When the spinners were flying, we bring on a seamer, and carnage happened after that. Andre Russell was their 5th bowler, going for plenty, kept him to the last over because he need 28.
Here is Russell. Ali winds his way up, and he has hit that all the way over long on, and it is 6 first ball, Alex Tudor, and suddenly it is interesting. 22 needed from 5.
And that's what's needed to happen. He's bowled it across seam, in the arc, out the park for Moeen Ali. Such a good striker of a ball. He just missed his length horribly there. Andre Russell, he's gone full. He's tried to go for the Yorker, he's missed it. He's bowled length, and he's gone to long on for 6. Game on, 22 from 5.
I would say, as far as last over bowlers go, Andre Russell might be the worst in the world. He goes out over 14 runs and over in the last over.
Check that now.
England need 28. Russell again, full again, and this is steered through cover, but I don't think Ali's going to take the run. 22 needed from 4 then. Russell hits back. Remember, he doesn't need to take a wicket. Doesn't even need a cheap over. Just needs to defend 28 from his final 6 deliveries. The first of which went for 6. The second, a dot ball. Moeen Ali. Wow, this would be quite something if he could see England home. 21 needed, or rather 21 not out from 11, 22 needed. Ali faces, swing and a miss, and he's beaten. Dot ball number 2, and now England needs snookers.
The slot that was there for Moeen, and he's telling himself he's just lifted his body up, just lifted his head up at the last minute, and that's why he's missed it. Just tried to hit it too much across the line, and he knows. See the anguish in his face. He knows that was in the slot. He's trying to see it tailed a little bit. I don't think it did, Moeen. I think it
just cut away when he rolled his fingers. But you're right, he lost his shape. That's why he missed it. But it did move away.
And that possibly is a sign of a man who hasn't batted for a while as well. Full, and Rayan Ahmed will get to face a delivery or two, because Ali will take the single. A forlorn single, the saddest of all singles. England are going to lose again. This match is done. The camera picks out Rovman Powell. Compare and contrast the fortunes of the two skippers. One scoring runs and winning matches, and sadly for England, the other is Jos Buttler.
Yeah, and there's going to be a bowler, might have a 0 for a 1 for, potentially go for 60 on the winning side in 4 overs. Andre Russell 0 for 56, 3.4 overs. In a game of small margins, that middle period, then 4 overs for England.
Penultimate ball of the innings, and Rayan Ahmed has somehow managed to skew this delivery up and over, backward point really, for 6.
Yeah, he's done a Judicina Hawaii 5-0. He's backed away. I think he's trying to get it over backward point. It's gone over probably wide gully.
Not sure that was his original plan.
I think he's trying to go over extra cover
I really disagree with you, Harvey.
Yeah,
I'm
he's going on that. He's going in that direction.
Well, let's see. He might do it again. Harvey's very rarely wrong. He doesn't go again. He will pick up another boundary. There's Ahmed. 10 runs from 2 balls, but not enough for England. They fall short once again. The West Indies have beaten them in the second T20. They've closed out victory. They've won the game by 10 runs. Moeen Ali and Rayan Ahmed stranded at the end, left too much to do. Muted celebrations really from the West Indies. They're getting used to winning. England, unfortunately, are getting used to losing, and they've gone down again here, and they're now 2-0 down in the 5-match series, having lost to the West Indies by 10 runs. Steve Harmison?
Yeah, the best teams won again. You know, I would talk about margins and decisions and everything that's gone. 3 or 4 times I've said it today, but when England had the West Indies down, they didn't go for the throat, unfortunately. You know, whether you can question mark Jos Buttler's leadership, you can question mark England's execution of their plans, of their matchups, or whatever that came in that middle period. But 68 for 4 to end up being, after 11 overs, to end up 176. And then when it came to the batting, I said at half time, I thought they were 20 runs short, and I think that was indicative of the surface more than anything else. England have got some soul searching to do, because it's not just their 50 over team that are taking a battering. You know, there might be 1 or 2 players different to what you will have in the World T20, but make no mistake about it, this West Indies side in June, World T20, will be one of the favourites, and England look in these 2 games as though they're a little bit short.
Another disjointed effort really from England. Tudes, there was some good stuff in there. I'd say there was more good stuff today than there was in the first T20 in some regard. You know, they bowled nicely. They had West Indies under pressure, but once again, just feels like they fell well short.
Yeah, listen, they had a fantastic start, didn't they? And what Army keeps harping on about, you know, halfway stage of the West Indies innings, they were 63 for 4, and your spinners were bowling quality. And then you decided, Tymon Mills is playing, we've got to bowl him. As you say, sometimes it's horses for courses. The wicket, the spinners, even for the West Indies, have bowled extremely well tonight. It was the spinners' wicket. Bowl your spinners. You had Liam Livingston, Mo could have bowled more, Jacks could have bowled more. You didn't really have to go to seam. Seam went round the park. You look at the seamers today, they've all fetched it a little bit. But the spinners, they bowled top draw. Rashid 2 for 14, 2 for 11, sorry. Ahmed, his last over went for a few, but he got a couple for one for 47. But you look to the West Indies bowlers, their bowlers, Moti and Hussain were brilliant. They bowled extremely well, bowled smart, both left arm spinners, slightly different, but they bowled with variation. They bowled with trajectory, which was a lot flatter when the left-handers were in. They said, we're not going to give you anything in your arc, no length, just going to fire it in, mix up the pace a little bit, and they bowled extremely well. And Rodman Powell, commanded his bowlers extremely well. Listen, as Harvey said, Russell 28 off the last over, they were confident. Listen, he's not bowled well tonight. He's ended up going for 66. West Indies win by 10.
Moti and Hussain have gone for 33 for 33 off 8 overs. They're 2 left-arm spin bowlers.
So
we played a million spinners. We bowled 10 overs of spin. Again, just little small margins in T20 cricket go a long way. Assessing the surface, assessing the conditions, and executing your plans. And I think England were way off.
Bearing in mind there are players to come into this T20 side come the World Cup.
Yeah.
You do have your Mark Woods and your Johnny Bairstows.
Yeah, you do. But
I mean, when you add those players, there are players in this side. I mean, Ray and Ahmed will be better for the experience, of course.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm massive on when players are not playing or they're rested or whatever it is. You've got opportunity for players, because sometimes players moan about, I haven't been given a chance, whatever. You've been given a chance, now you have to take it. Players, you're getting starts, you need to go on. That conversion rate for me needs to be better from the top order. You need either your 50, get 80, like Powell, Carl Myers did when he batted. 82, shepherded the innings, exploded when it was his time. Had a really good partnership with Rodman Powell, who sort of, once the seamers came on, he licked his lips and said, thank you, struggling against the spin. Now let's give you some seamers so you can dispatch them all over the place. So he said, thank you very much, and batted extremely well. And for me, that's where the game was lost a little bit. You look back and we say small margins, that middle period is where we lost it.
Confused thinking for me, and also timidity. It seems like when England are under pressure, under Owen Morgan, they used to have a clear plan about how they were going to get out of it. And it didn't always work, but you knew how they were going to go about it. And it seems to me that this England side, when they get punched in the nose, they're not quite sure what to do.
Yeah, that's a very, very good and valid point. And I think that stems from leadership. That stems from the top. That stems from captain, coach, setting the game plan. Whether you go on matchups, you're setting it, whatever you want to go and say to these players, but then they've got to go and do it. You're talking about players to come back. Probably for the T20 World Cup, you've probably got Bairstow, Stokes, Archer if he's fit, Wood. They're the ones that will come back into probably this group. Not all will play, but when you, like what Jude's made a great point there, it's about people taking responsibilities if they get that chance. Harry Brook came in number 5 today. Liam Livingston, and I hate to keep harping on about Liam because I've been quite critical of Liam since the World Cup. This is Liam Livingston's chance. This was his tour. This was the time that Liam Livingston stood up out the shadows of everybody else and said, right, I'm going to show you why I am the white ball man, why I am the player that keeps getting picked up in the IPL, why I've got so many people saying good things about me and saying I've got loads and loads of potential, even though I'm 30-year-old. And I watched that innings there and I've gone, he's just took 15 off and over and then runs down the wicket, belts one straight up in the air, first ball to the spinner the next over. That, in a nutshell, is probably sums Liam Livingston's, not his career up, but in recent times, when you're looking at somebody like that to go and take responsibility when some of the other more established players aren't there. And he got a chance to bat at number 5 today. bats, not as who's batting at number 7. If he bats at 7 and plays that innings, I've got no problem with, because that is, batting at 7, you don't face as many balls, you've got to get on with it. He hadn't had a chance at number 5 today, and for me, I think he fluffed his lines again, and he didn't bowl, and that's not his fault. I'm not having to go in for that. That's the captain's fault. I think I'm getting more questions in this display from Jos Buttler's captaincy than I had. I was with him after the World Cup, still backing him, but in the last sort of week to 10 days over the course of this white ball tour, started to doubt myself, as well as other people, as getting to the point where other people are with some of the decision making leadership qualities of Jos Buttler.
Well, we'll hear from Jos Buttler very shortly. He'll be speaking with Sam Ellard. Jared, where are you in all this? When you look at this England lineup and the way they go about things, do you think that there is a clear, decisive vision, or do you see some confusion?
I mean, some of it is form, and I think if Jos Buttler is averaging 35 with a strike rate of 140, this is probably very different. And West Indies are playing really well. Also, there's a lot of their players playing very good cricket at the moment, but it doesn't. The team still looks like it's a Jofra Archer short before the next World Cup when it comes to bowling, and the batting doesn't look as dominant as it did when we saw it in Melbourne in that final, not that long ago. So it's not the same team, and are they going to have to rejig on the fly? It's not that long for the next World Cup, right? How many T20s do they have between now and the next World Cup? John, tell me the exact amount.
They've got 3 against the West Indies, which we were bringing you live exclusively on TalkSport 2, and then I think they've got a series.
It's Pakistan.
Is it Pakistan?
I think it's Pakistan. They got 3 or 5 against
matches,
Pakistan.
I think.
Yeah. It's not a lot, is it? Like, do you know what I mean? And
we have been here before, though, haven't we? Can you remember 2010? They brought in Craig Kieswetter, didn't they? And Michael Lumb very early, or very close to the tournament, and it wasn't that long ago that they made changes very close to a 50-over World Cup, of course,
for Archer
with the bowl, but I'm thinking with the bat as well. They got rid of Alistair Cook for the 2015.
How'd that one go?
World Cup.
Jason Roy just before this one.
But I'm saying it shows
Jason
England,
Roy just before this one.
Yeah, and Jason Roy, and so it does show they can make those calls.
Oh no, I don't think it's an issue of them being able to make the calls. I think that we just saw Sam Curran go up the order. We're still not sure why, right? I'm not sure they're sure. We looked at the way that Will Jacks has been used sometimes in this series. I just don't think they really know what their best lineup is. I think what you were talking about is other situations where they knew more or less what their best team was, but they needed to make a couple of changes. At the moment, I don't feel like that is where we're at. We're more at the stage of, well, we'll come out here, we'll play against West Indies, we should win these series. Now they're not winning these series. They must be looking at it going, now what do we do? Like, we don't even have time to rejig.
Yeah, learning the lessons as well. This is the thing. There's too many middling innings, isn't there? And there's too much inconsistency. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the England white ball side around 2015, actually, or just before it. 2015 was a terrible World Cup, but before it, what you'd find is batters who would score runs one every 3 or 4 innings. And of course, you need much more consistency than that. Maybe not so much in T20 cricket, but if you look at the form players, I can't really see any.
Well, I mean,
apart from Rashid with the ball, possible. There's a couple of bowlers in form. I wouldn't say any
Rashid
of the batters
and
really.
2 spin bowlers have bowled nicely. Seamers, no, I struggle to see a consistency with the seam bowling department. I think Jax looks as though he's in a bit of touch and then gets out. Just a young lad. Don't really want to, chuck too much of responsibility onto some of the young players' shoulders. Salt is trying to establish himself, so is Jax, and then you look to your powerhouse and your more experience. Buttler looks as though he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. Liam Livingston had a chance to bat number 5, 17 off 9 balls, but it was the way he got out after just taking a big over down would annoy me. And Mo and Ali, again, when the game's gone and things are, I wouldn't say things are last ditch, that's when Mo and Ali seems to sort of be at his best. And 20 out of the last over, even though Andre Russell had gone round the park, was still going to be a bridge too far, even though he hit the first ball out the ground for 6. So yeah, it's the experienced players who look as though they're the ones that, for me, should carry the can. And there's one or two of them who it's been going on for a little bit too long for now.
Let's head down to the pitch, though. Sam Ellard has caught up with the man who is smiling, no doubt. Top score today with 82 not out. Player of the match, Brandon King.
Brandon, thank you very much for speaking with TalkSport. Firstly, congratulations. You played a special innings. Talk us through it. How much did you enjoy that?
Yeah, obviously I enjoyed it. It was important for me in how the game was going on. We lost some early wickets, so it was very important for me to stay there as late as possible and allow the other guys to come in and play freely.
Yeah, was that the plan, to sort of hang in there, try and go deep, and then explode at the deep with someone from lower down the order?
Yeah, I think given, as I said, how many wickets we lost early, obviously if we were in a better position, you could have attacked from early. But the pitch was also difficult, so the spinners really bowled well on it, and it was difficult to score them, so you had to pick your deliveries.
And then the run chase as well, England. Did you always feel as if you were on top of England, taking wickets throughout the innings?
That always helps, taking wickets consistently. Obviously, we got information from the pitch from the first innings of how it's playing and what we should bowl on it to make it difficult, and we try to do it as best as possible.
How special the last couple of weeks been? I know there's still a lot more games to go in this series, but lots of wins for the West Indies. The fans are enjoying themselves. How special is this team to be a part of at the moment?
Yeah, it's fantastic feeling to be a part of this team at the moment, and obviously we've had a good run of results recently, and we're looking to continue that.
And there's so many experienced players in this team. I imagine the likes of Russell and Curran and Hetmeyer and Holder. For you must be learning so much off these guys who've got so much experience all around the world.
Yeah, obviously I've played with these guys for a fair amount of time now, so I always try to pick their brains and see what I can add to my game, from their experiences around the world.
That's Sam Ellard speaking with Brandon King, who he played so well. He got off West Indies to a good start, 43 for the first wicket. And this is key for me. West Indies lost 4 wickets for 11 runs, and Brandon King was at the other end. Powell came in, maybe that helps, having your captain alongside you, but they didn't panic. They went about things. The bowling changes may well have gone for them, but it was that partnership between the two that set West Indies where they needed to be. 50 to Rovman Powell, 28 balls, 5 sixes in that. King himself hit 5 sixes, and crucially he was, as we all asked for, there at the end.
It's always the currency in it. Your batter gets in and you say to him, be as long as there and take it as deep as you possibly can, because the bowlers do panic, and Brandon King did that. He did it brilliantly. He really did. That carnage in the middle, and that for me was what makes it a more special innings. He got himself to 82 off 52 balls, but he probably went for about 10-15 balls in the middle of that innings where he had to run it around. The boundaries weren't there. They weren't on the high on the agenda. Rotation of strike, getting themselves back in a partnership, and then being able to go again, setting a platform for the bowlers to crack under pressure, and England bowlers did.
31 not out in the first T20, 50 today, 2 smart catches. Sam Ellard is with the West Indies skipper Rovman Powell.
How special is that? Another victory, 4 down for not many runs. Tricky start, but how happy were you with your innings, and also the way Brandon King held that innings together and then really accelerated at the end? You must have been happy with that total after a tricky start, is that fair?
Yeah, I'm very, very happy after a tricky start. One of the time me and Brandon were batting, and we say just try to get to 150, and if we get to 150 we give our bowlers something to bowl at, because Rashid and all those guys, I think they bowl well in the middle overs, try to peg us back as they did. The first 10 overs belonged to them, and then when the spinners, we try to mitigate the spinners, and after we mitigate the spinners, then we try our best to cash in.
And do you think that is one of the best parts about this West Indies team, with Russell coming down, he batted at 8 the other night, Holder at 9 the other night, that you guys bat so deep? So do you always feel as if, even if you fall down for not many, that one of the guys who can go big is almost going to cash in at some point in the innings?
Yeah, that's true. We always know when you get good spinners, sometimes you will lose 2 wickets quick back to back in the middle overs. When that happens, you have to have good batters at 6, 7, 8, to put that impetus in the innings that you need after losing those wickets. And I think when you look at this bowling unit, when you look at this batting unit, we have that.
And how much you enjoy yourself out there? Struck the ball pretty cleanly there, didn't you, Rovman?
Yeah, enjoy it. Maybe one of my better international T20 innings. I was 22 from 22 and I got to a 50 before 30 balls. So, that was pleasing. Whenever as a batter you go in and you do the hard work, and after you do the hard work you reap the rewards. It feels good.
And then with the ball sort of taking wickets regularly throughout the innings, did you always feel as if you were just on top of England? What did you make of your side's efforts with the ball?
Yeah, I think we were just on top, because as soon as they start putting a partnership on, we got a wicket. That was the template of the innings. As soon as they get a partnership going, we get wickets, and we know how important wickets are in T20 cricket.
And you said to me before the game you're looking forward to Motti coming back in and bowling during the middle. How happy were you with how he went, going for single figures in terms of runs conceded? That's a pretty decent effort, isn't it?
Yeah, it was excellent. It make the coaching staff or myself look like genius, to bring him in. But having said that, I think he came in and he gave a very good account of himself.
And 2 wins from 2, spirits must be pretty high.
Yeah, it's very good. We're still here with one more important game in Grenada. So we're looking forward to Saturday.
Well, a happy man. And Rovman Powell was pretty pleased as well. Sam Eller's been on tour for the past month in the Caribbean, and Rovman Powell's seen his side to a 2-0 series lead in a 5-match series. Okay, guys, for the last 5 minutes to the third T20, the rest of the series. I'll start with you, Jared. What would you expect England to do from here in terms of tinkering around the edges or big changes? I mean, of course, they've only got so many players to choose from, but what kind of questions are they going to be seeking to answer in the next few games?
I suppose. I mean, it depends on whether they want to win. If I'm working for them, I don't care about winning the series, right? They're probably not going to say that publicly, but that's how I would think about it. So I'd be like, okay, let's try a bunch of different combinations. Let's try players, that we haven't seen as much of before. Let's see if we can manufacture something. I still think the biggest issue is in T20 cricket, for all the problems with the batting, is basically they don't have any death bowling, right? And they keep getting hit at the death. So let's try something different. If Sam Curran's going to play in the top 6, great. He doesn't have to bowl at the death anymore. You can bring in another seam bowler to do that. I don't really understand the idea of Moeen Ali and Will Jacks coming in together, because that means you can only bowl one of them. So I would tinker with the lineup a little bit, but I would make sure that you have death bowlers who you trust, or death bowlers who you hope to trust one day.
Tommy?
Yeah, good point. Good point, well made. I look at the players who aren't playing in this game: Ben Duckett, Rhys Topley, Gus Atkinson and John Turner. They're the 4 that's not participated in this game. I've said it during the 50 over games, I would like to have seen John Turner. He's the only one we haven't seen. I don't understand why Rhys Topley is there, and if he's not going to play, because I think Rhys Topley, out of all the left armers that we possess, is the best. So if he's not fit, then that might be the reason from that. I still think we've got one bowler too many in the game. Liam Livingston hasn't bowled in this game. You've got Will Jacks. We've seen it. Moeen Ali. You've got Rashid, and you've got Rian Ahmed. So do you sacrifice one of the seam bowlers and bring in Ben Duckett to bat to bolster that top order? Because as much as we're not bowling seam especially good at the end, we're not actually playing, getting the runs on the board either, because that middle order hasn't fired. So I think they're the 2 areas I would have a look at. I'd like to see England play John Turner, just so you can see if he can handle the pressure and playing big, on the big stage. He's not played a great deal of cricket, so he would be somebody I'd like to look at. Atkinson's pace, is that another one that probably should play over the likes of Chris Woakes? And if Sam Curran's going to bat number 4 and high up, do we need another seam bowler to sort of come in and bolster and bowl at the death? So they're the arguments you've got. I think the one thing I will be saying to the England players, if I was in there, is, and some of the senior players, would be to take some responsibility, because that's lacking at this moment in time. The captain is one of them. Livingston needs to have a good look at himself. Is Harry Brook batting too low? Do we really need Sam Curran to bat at number 4? So all these are the arguments you've got to have, but when I look at it, the senior players need to stand up.
Toots, do you fear that England may be caught between 2 stools here, because they do have some players that will be handy to have a look at, but of course 2-0 down, they need to win all 3. You know, when they go to that third match, which is going to be played at the same ground, you know, are they going to fall between the two stools of A, wanting to win the match and stay in the series, and B, actually losing sight of why and what is important about this series, and that is to actually see a few players.
Yeah, it's really important that they win that next one, otherwise they're going to have people like me, Harmy, actually tearing them to shreds, really. You know, it's important. I think it's always a worry when you look at a series, and I suppose everyone was thinking the same. They're going to go over to the West Indies, they're going to win quite easily, players are going to go out there and show what they can do. But West Indies are a very dangerous side in the white ball format, and you can't, paper never wins games, and at the end of the day people are going to have to start to perform. You can only rely on past victories or what you've done 100 off 40 balls or whatever. It's for the here and now, and people are going to have to put their hand up, like Harmy says, and perform. You know, it's really important that they have to do that. You've been given the opportunity. You can't moan about you've been sitting on the sidelines. You've been given this opportunity now. Players are missing. You need to go in there and make it difficult for the captain and coach, and at the moment that is not happening.
Talking of the coach, let's hear from him, Matthew Motts with Sam Ellard.
Another close game. England have just sort of missed out on. Just your overall reflections on that game?
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of good things happening. I thought, up until probably those big couple of overs in the middle, I thought we controlled it really well. But as you know, with this West Indies team, once they put the hammer down, they're pretty hard to hold, and they really hurt us in those couple of overs, went for close to 50 off 2 overs. And I think reflections is that's probably the difference in the game. I think for the rest of the game we played reasonably good cricket. We gave ourselves a chance. We were within 2 good strikes of getting victory, but probably just pushed it out. It wasn't above par score, but it just pushed it out a little bit further than we would have liked.
I think Josh said to me after the last game that in a lot of these games, England are playing some really, really good cricket for large parts of it, but the small margins are going against England. Again, you mentioned there for 18 out of 20 overs, it's a pretty good effort. It's just those 2 overs, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and that's the nature of this game. You know, if we'd have finished really strongly there, that could have been the difference as well. I thought Moen's innings at the back end was outstanding, and sending Sam up to do that job and then coming off was a real positive as well. So, and Rash's bowling was absolutely incredible in the first innings as well. So there's a lot of good things. I think potentially the main thing we need to work on is just getting off strike a little bit more. There was a few too many dots in that innings, and I thought their spinners controlled us really well.
What was the thought process with Sam going up to number 4?
We just wanted him to be able to attack their spinners, both come into him, but they bowl well to him as well, but he got the other guys, so it's funny how it turns around sometimes. But yeah, their spin in the middle was pretty incredible. Just
with Sam with the ball, we know he's been a great cricketer for many years for England. You know, can't forget he was the man of the tournament in the World Cup only a year ago, but clearly with the ball he's struggling in the moment. He went for, I think it was just short of 40 runs from his 2 overs today. When such a good player is looking kind of so out of form, as a head coach, how can you try and get him out of that? You know, is it do you put your arm around him? Do you give him some time away? How would you try and bring the old Sam Curran back, if you like?
Yeah, you put your arm around him for sure. I think anyone who's played T20 cricket knows it's hard work, and you have your good days and you have your bad. I think Andre Russell last game was bowler of the player of the match, and then he copped his today. So it happens. It's the nature of this game that sometimes someone gets you and lines you up, and that happened today. He'll reflect back on that, on what he could have done different, and we've got to turn it around really quickly.
You mentioned there Rashid. I mean, once again, no matter what the result, he proved his class today again, didn't he?
He's an incredible bowler. You know, every time he comes on, he not only shuts the board down, but he looks like taking a wicket every ball. So that was good. You know, I think Rayan will learn a lot from today as well. They were really good for a while there, but he obviously got hit there at the end, and I think that these are the sort of experiences that we need to see our players through if we're going to come back here and compete in the World Cup.
Wish I could speak to you after a victory, but it's another defeat. But just, you know, we know this is a good team. It's another loss. It's been a tough winter, I guess probably a long winter for some of you guys. As now the head coach after another defeat, back to the hotel, how do you try and get the boys out of this run of defeats, Matt?
Yeah, well, I think they're encouraging and they get close. Today we were very close, I think, but you've just got to stay the course. You've got to keep believing. It's a fickle game, T20. You've got to make sure that you're putting yourself in a chance to win games. We weren't quite there today, but there's still more games to come, and we can certainly turn this around.
Also, just to what I should say on Tamar Mills, who I thought bowled really well. How pleased were you with him coming back into the team this series for the first time in a couple of years? What did you make of his efforts?
Yeah, it's great. I was really happy for him, because I think the other night it was a bit unfair. He bowling with a wet ball and he couldn't use all of his weapons, but he showed them all today, and he showed what a class bowler he is at the end when they were really hurting us at that stage. So it was even bigger than you probably reflect back on figures wise, because they could have put it out past 200 there at one stage, and he finished really well.
And Joss, as captain, we know is also struggling for some runs at the moment as well. How is the captain at the moment? Is just one of those just runs of form at the moment he just can't seem to get out of.
Yeah, I think it's, this game, as you say, it's you're only one knock away from really getting back into form. He looked good the other night, I thought, and he's close. He'll keep working hard. He's working really hard, and it's amazing when you get on a run and you reflect back for those tough times, and you think it does you good in the end as well.
That's Matthew Mott, the England coach, with Sam Ellard. You're listening to TalkSport 2 or on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Thanks for getting in contact throughout the afternoon. The chat room on YouTube is lively, with a lot of West Indies fans celebrating, and rightly so. They have really performed over the last couple of days, and in 2 of the 3 ODIs as well. Harmy, your thoughts as we wrap up?
Yeah, absolutely, and it should be lively, and the England fans should be questioning the captain, the decision making, and some of the senior players for the way they've performed. But from a West Indies point of view, I'll tell you what, if you could start the T20 World Cup tomorrow, these boys will be one of my big favourites in their own back garden. They've got 6 hits in. They've got a bit of touch as well in the likes of Hope and Curran, and they've got bowlers. I think they could probably still do with a 6th bowler, and how if they can get Shepherd into that team without taking Moti out. They've got a lively unit there, and when the West Indies are on the front foot, they do take some beating. But at this minute in time, they are winning 2-0, rightly so, because they've played the right and the best cricket in pressurised situations, and they've got people who can get the ball over the rope.